design, a special one from the CEO, Stan Turner with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Man. Charges on the beat.
To get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you back today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you back today?
Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon Entertainment.
Stan Turner with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Man. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you back today?
TV. Spoon
Ba-da-ba-di-da-di-da.
Spoon
Skiddy-biddy-biddy-da-ba-do.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kua, 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 kua. Bese kua, 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 kujuleo. Kua, kua, kujuleo.
To the spoon to get
Yes, I
your information.
Kua,
To the spoon to be
yes, I
part
Ratile, ratile. Bese kua, 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 kujuleo.
Justin Mason Boyi, if I got the name right, is watching us from Germany.
information. To the spoon.
Jennifer Rufus Bombandi is also following tonight, as well as Lofty Petitquois. Lofty Petitquois is watching us as well. Steven Salmon Penno is watching us from Minnesota. Angeline Smith is watching us from Columbus, Ohio. Lloyd Powers says, good evening, Spoon family. Tanya Seville is also watching. Weddy Thompson is following us from Minnesota as well. Zoe PJ Gibson is also watching. David Neyu says, greeting my brother Diamond. Greetings to you as well, David. Jake Durain is watching us from Philadelphia, USA. Kalifala Kroma is watching us from Monrovia, Johnsonville, District number 2. Deborah Kanga is also watching us tonight. Edward Unguma is watching us as well from Habel. Ayo White is also following us via YouTube. Hope you're doing great. Watching us from San Francisco, California. Nice. And a host of other folks following us tonight here on the nation's premier talk show. This is the Spoon Talk. Lovette Smith is watching us via YouTube from Venus. Never knew they have serious internet connectivity there up in Venus. James Jala Jr. is watching us from Maryland, not the one in southeastern Liberia, but the one in the USA. Daniel M. Sar is watching us from along the Japan Freeway. Philip Bala is also watching us as well. So interestingly, I did take a screenshot of something, and I want to share that and appreciate all of our viewers. But let me see if I can find a screenshot first thing first, and then I can share. Okay, yes, I've seen it. All right. So let me see if I can share this quickly, and we can pin it on the screen so that you all can see this as well. Meanwhile, just be sending in your messages. We will definitely read your messages out. I should have done. Let me put this quickly. Just a minute. If I can't get it done, then I'll just read it as it is. But I thought to share it with those watching, and we'll read out the names in appreciation. Okay, so give me a minute and let me pin that. Talking about pinning today. A cruise ship tourist arrived in Liberia today. That was something historic. Yes, people say, how can you say it's historic? Yes, the last time we had a cruise ship docking at the port of Monrovia, that was that was not a couple. That was long time ago when we had a cruise ship coming to Liberia. But I'll give you the historical facts as well concerning that. But this is what I want to share before we proceed with the show, the introductory part of the show. But this is what I want to share. Reason you should keep following us and keep engaging with us, because it's worth noting. All right. So every day, people take up their time, and come on Spoon TV to watch and to engage with others. And tonight, I want to take this time to appreciate our top 10 highest engagements for the week. This was done by Facebook. It was generated by Facebook. And we do see a lot, I want to say thank you to Zeus Carter Jr. Zeus, you usually see Zeus is always in the comment section going back and forth. Sometimes I wonder which side of the aisle he is, but I've gotten to know that, He's much more of anybody who's interested in a patriotic about Liberia, an enthusiast, about what's happening in Liberia. So Zeus Carter tops the list of the person with the most engagements on Spoon TV with 3,983 points on an 11-week streak. So Zeus Carter, congratulations to you, Zeus Carter Jr. And also Kona Gotter. Kona Gotter is second when it comes to most engagements. She has 3,780 points on an 11-week streak as well. Bombing King is third. Acapone Johnson is fourth. Lorraine Deline is fifth. Albert Beer is sixth. Player B Tosh is seventh. Grace Fakorine, is eighth. Barbie Zina White is ninth. Lorena Gotter is 10th. And Zanga David is 11th. So congratulations. The list is very, very long. But this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The top 11 as well. So congratulations to you guys, and we'll be following up every time a new list comes up. I will definitely update and upload that list onto the show so that we all can see who's engaging the most. And the top engager is Zeus Carter. So congratulations to you, Zeus Carter Jr. All right, a lot of things happening in the country. David Akiwala, hope you're doing great, watching us from Oslo, Norway. Tanun Jala is also following us. Waluba M. Kona is watching tonight. Zuku Aaron is also watching via Facebook. Where are the YouTube folks? Where are the YouTube subscribers? Just leave a comment, because the YouTubers regularly tell us that we don't recognize them. So yes, Diabono, is it Daboni? Yeah, Daboni Sita Brown is watching via YouTube. Micah, anytime you come on the show, only you can call me like that. But anyway, I've gotten used to it, Micah. Hope you're doing great, Micah. Hope you're doing great. So yes, you poised to have a wonderful show as always here on Spoon Talk. We've been relayed on other stations across the country, Bombing, Bong, Nimba, working on modalities, to be relayed in Maryland and other counties. We want the show to spread all across Liberia. We know it's spread via the internet, people watching all around the world, like on Shagebo Jackson is watching from the Netherlands. Felix Che is watching from Jos Plateau there in Nigeria. Leroy D. Joa is watching from Minnesota. Dazi Kweku is watching from Iceland. That's how we want the show to spread all across the country. So you have to tell us exactly what's on your mind, what you've got on your mind. Today, inspection began to be enforced. And we did see, how impactful it was on traffic today in the country. A boatload of tourists also arrived in the country. Liberia is going to be hosting a surfing competition. That is something that is newsworthy. We'll be there as well to bring you that contest to at least shed more light on the tourism sector in our country as well. Michael Bobby Buang get down for you. Watching for Atlanta in Liberia. Anyway. Get down for you. Yeah, and this morning we were informed that the motorcyclists have planned a protest, to stage a protest in defiance to the mandate by the Liberia National Police that, look, motorcyclists shouldn't ply the principal streets, as we call it, or the Tottenham Boulevard and other major road corridors. They should be confined in the communities. There were a lot of debate about whether or not that is the fair practice to carry out. There are those who are for and against. I see Dr. Richardson is in the background. She's going to tell us whether or not she's pro or no when it comes to motorcyclists, plying the major streets of Monrovia. Yeah, there are downsides to that. The moment you open the phone lines now, yes, motorcyclists have become an integral part of transportation in post-war Liberia. Back then, growing up as kids, when your friend park a motorbike, the Yamaha and, the dirt road, the off-road bike, the dirt road bikes, that was a big deal. That was a big deal to see somebody with a motorcycle. Now, Shami logo, now they took the going the rear dirt bike. That was a big deal. I want to talk about walking, talking. Huh? I beg you, walking, talking on your Saba. You're living top life. Some people have 3 on their side. Yeah. Alpha 1 calling, Alpha 2, you know, yeah. What? When you reach around a young age, you just increase the volume. Yeah. That emergency. What's up? What you talking about? Play?
Tell me you crazy. You got me cracking up over here. You said walkie-talkie?
Yeah. The radio, the walkie-talkie.
I know what you mean.
Some people have 3.
Oh goodness, I want to answer to it. What are we supposed to be bluffing with?
Oh yes. Oh yes. Their company car shouldn't bring you home. I had a neighbor. He worked with Omega at the time. Yeah. And when the Omega car be bringing Omega Tower, you know, they had a big American vans.
Look at Troll.
Yeah. They had a big white American vans with number on the Omega 1, Omega this, Omega that. When I can't bring it out, man, the whole community will be looking. So, yeah.
We know, right?
That already.
When you
You
small,
must get walkie-talkie.
when you small, yeah. That is. My favorite thing, you know what I miss? I miss singing Mama Dina, Papa Dina. You know, I really used to like for my parents to come home and, you know, to run outside, be singing that song to them. It was just, I miss that. I really do. You know?
Yeah. That walkie-talkie testimony, yeah. Michael, yeah. The best thing used to kill it with you ain't ACR walkie-talkie.
Look at Troll. He used to be famous.
Oh yeah. What?
Oh God.
But Dr. Richardson, where are all those hairstyles? You know, one of the hairstyles that really stuck in my mind, and up to now I still be looking out for it. That the one they call satellite dish. You heard that style before? Satellite dish?
No, I remember Patti LaBelle.
Huh? Satellite dish. Now the hairstyle for weddings back then.
What it looks like.
Okay, so satellite dish, if my mind serves me right, you know, they'll use the hot curly iron or so. They'll use the roller and roll it, and then use the hairpin and stick it. So it'll be having the run around inside. It'll be big. Then they use the gel, you know, to get the lower hair ready.
Hey man, we gotta find picture online. Man, find picture. I put it up. I gotta find. It got to be somewhere.
Yeah, but I don't know if you find a picture on the internet if you say satellite dish, because you know in Liberia we call our hairstyle and different from what they call all around. Yeah, but satellite dish, you know. So now I said I've been wondering, where all these things gone to now? A bone straight and bone twist and 65-degree hair and all that kind of stuff.
You know what hairstyle I miss the most? That Bonsue.
One side or two side?
I only know one side.
One side Bonsue.
Yeah, one side Bonsue.
My uncle.
And then that used to hide your hair when it come in your, you know, plaiting hair can hurt, huh? So I really miss that because, you know, when we were small, you used to put out one side Bonsue. That would go to school. Yeah. You ain't got to worry for that whole week until that Sunday there when the time to clean your hair.
That Philip Billy for the men, you know, Philip Billy,
Oh, that probably fit all around your hair. Then I get this small.
As if Atuba is a call it, you know, he didn't have his receding hair, you know, call Philip Billy. Then my uncle, Fredesco Gale, B-Star, they call it Shaq.
Oh, yeah, that would probably cut the low hair and then your least small, they pop in the back.
I don't know, hairstyle, you can't see that anymore.
That's what hair we can see now. At least the people in my age group, they got no more hair. They got no more hair to be shocked. They got no more hair to be feeling busy. So everything they got to shave their hair.
Yeah, but now Regis, welcome. How was your day? Or how's your day going?
It's going good. Today is going good. I worked from home today, so things are coming back to my normal, you know, schedule because, you know, when I travel, things were out of whack, especially my body too was out of whack because, you know, the time changed, the hours to spend in the plane. So today was pretty normal Monday for me, you know, just returning phone calls, finishing reports. So I had like a little schedule, eating my little dry rice for lunch at home, you know. So I had time to do small thing for myself. I wasn't in a rush like how last year I felt like I was frantic because so many things were going on. So, but how was your day, Diamond? How did things
Well,
work?
I began my day with work. This morning, got woken up by James. That there was a planned protest by motorcyclists. So we started to comb the streets, to see where they would be gathering. But then
Mm-hmm,
we got the intel that the police would have had a press conference, you
mm-hmm,
know. And so we went all around. But what we've heard again is unofficial.
mm-hmm,
That there've been some. Though I spoke to police sources and they said yes, the enforcement is definitely going to kick in place. But we've heard again it's unofficial that there's some sort of agreement being sought or reached between the motorcyclists and the Liberian National Police. At the end of the day, public policies must be enforced, but again, we're in a political system where
mm-hmm,
public policies should go hand in hand with political decisions, because if you look at motorcyclists, they are a huge voting bloc. But equally so, public policies are there for the general good of everybody. You
yeah.
know, how can we tweak them? Should we be looking at a multi-sectorial approach
Mm-hmm,
where you have the transport ministry, the LNP, the motorcyclists coming up with some engineering method as
mm-hmm,
to who can apply the principal streets, how you should, whether they will be uniformed, whether they will be wearing safety gears, whether or not, again, they will follow the rule regulations and the
mm-hmm,
traffic rules and all of these things. So a lot of questions, whether it's timely, whether
mm-hmm.
they should be given time to adapt. Others were saying probably from now to July 26th. But there are those who are permanently saying no. When you look at the number of the magnitude of damages that are caused by motorcyclists, whether they ram your view mirror or whether they bump into you, whether they recklessly going between cars and causing accidents, all sorts of things. We have
Mm-hmm.
to weigh all of these things and see where we can find middle ground. Enforcement is enforcement. So we're waiting to see whether or not the police will carry out that particular mandate, that particular mandate
Mm-hmm.
that they said they were going to carry out.
Mm-hmm.
But the inspection began in the
Mm-hmm.
country fully, and we did see a reduced number of vehicles on the road. You know, yeah, everybody parking
No,
those ways.
Sam, I have a question. Do
Mm.
you think all of those guys who are riding motorbikes, they have proper license, proper insurance, proper registration of? That's why I want to start of their vehicle or well their motorbikes.
Okay, so I haven't personally purchased a bike before, but the institution, we've been able to buy a few. And as of when we went to get a few of those bikes a couple of years ago, we
Mm-hmm,
were told that before you take the bike from the dealership,
mm-hmm.
it should be registered and insured and all of that. Um,
Okay.
but again, I can't
Mm-hmm.
say everybody has got, because others bring in their bikes through Guinea. Others bring in their bikes through Sierra Leone, where you find it cheaper in Guinea. People will cross the border and go to Guinea and buy their bikes and come in with them. Whether or not they have them registered, that is a revenue generating source from the government, to make sure these bikes are registered, you know, um, to make sure there's insurance and all of these things. Even vehicle owners, many vehicle owners don't have their vehicles registered or insured. And the reason is just simple. We take these enforcement things to be, when they're ready to do it, or just do it for 1 week. Not forced to do it. Yeah, that 1 week I'll park my car, or after the inspection is done, I'll put my vehicle on the road. Policemen stop me. I gain 100, I gain 200, I gain 300. But if you counting the 100, the 200, the 300, the 500, the 600, or maybe that day you borrow an officer, you meet an officer who's totally in for enforcement, and he has got your vehicle towed away, and the
Yeah.
money you pay. If you put all that together, what's the headache of the amount that you can go and register your vehicle? You know,
On the other hand, how about the amount of people that you may hurt? That by plowing the road with an unregistered transportation, you might cause somebody to have an accident. So I mean, just even looking at the human cost, I know that's the financial cost, which is the instant gratification, but the human cost of you, putting your car on the road or any registration, you have no concern about whether you hurt somebody or not, and who's going to pay for it. That's why insurance are for. But so that was my first question. So I think if they start to get rid of all these motorbikes who are not insured, not registered, who they don't have any identification on them at all, then we'll get rid of them. That's the easy part there. The second part is if they tell them do not plow major streets, principal roads, right?
Mhm.
What's the difficulty with that? I mean, I believe that they will still make money if they are stationed at the different junctions. Like, okay, like if you station Banja Junction, you go into deep into it, you still make money. If you station to Backup Junction, where you still make money. If you station to some of those deep places in Monrovia area there, you still make money. But if you get them out of the major streets like downtown Monrovia, the Boulevard area, there's some parts of Painesville that they shouldn't be allowed to go to. I think there's some junctions. They shouldn't. I think they will still make money if the issue is about making money, because I think that's what they're saying, that if we can't go on these major streets, we can't make money. But if cars are not allowed to go into those different junctions, which it is a lot of time, I'm in Banjo, I have a car, but cars stop at those junctions, and so there's bikes that are there to take people inside. So don't you think they will still make money?
The answer is yes, they will still make money. The argument against that is, there are too many bikes, stationed at these junctions, and there will be competition. By the end of the day, it's a competitive market, and it's about how you carry out your business engagement. And another thing is, Dr. Richardson, when it comes to the issue of enforcement, we as a country, implementing public policy always comes with some political undertone. We noticed that these things were being done some years back, and then approaching election period, everybody will just relax. And so we want made the other group vex. We want made the other people to not vote for us. So let's allow everybody to. It wouldn't be publicly announced that motorcyclists can now ply the main streets, but there will be the issue of not going after them. They will be like, okay, let's just leave them be because we want their votes. And if we continue like this as a country, how do we make sure that policies are adhered to, that people abide by them? Not all policy is gonna please everybody at the same time.
No.
By the end of the day, people will then start to see the good side of these things.
Absolutely.
Like, look at some of the riding we can see. I ride motorbike. I do. When there is a need, I move around. I use bikes.
Quicker. Yeah.
Yes. But the man will look at you and pass you by the passenger door on a one-way road where a driver can get off the road at any time.
Yeah.
That way he will pass you.
I see.
You understand?
I've seen.
That way he will pass you. And they got some kind of thing they can do that thing can annoy me to the fullest. They will see the vehicle coming, then they will turn again, twist themselves once around the bike, then they turn you for you like, okay, you see me now, what can you do? Like, bro, this is a vehicle. I can apply brakes and
can die.
Cannot hold. So a whole lot has got to do with not just that, but how to engage people to be safe. Sometimes our brothers ride like they get spare life.
Yeah, they're not life.
Just waiting somewhere that it's only happen. Mario, you play Mario before?
No.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Dwalu, you play Mario before, right?
Of course.
Mario Giri, different left, can you come from up and you end but it's a serious thing, though. It's a serious thing. Work on this in all facets if we are to
no,
make sure
the thing about it, Diamond, I think we can have a conversation with them. Speak to the leaders and tell them, how important it is for our country to keep the country in some sort of order, systemic order, and to keep the country looking beautiful for people to want to come there. We can have some kind of conversation with them. And I hear you say, okay, they think that maybe if we put them to Banja Junction, there'll be too many of them, or we put them to Painesville Junction, there'll be too many of them. But you help them order themselves, learn perhaps to take turns in collecting passengers. Because that's what the cabs do in major cities around here. They line, like when I come to the train station in Philadelphia, I can't just take any cab that I want, even if my best friend is in the queue. I gotta take the person who is on top of the queue at that point and get in his car, and then he can take me wherever I want to go. All right. So that's how Dolly, welcome to the show. It's good to have
Yeah,
you.
Doc. Look, I'm listening to you and Dami as I was driving in, and I'm going to say this, and our leaders sometimes don't want to do this. People don't want order. People are required to follow order. This is how civilized societies work. If you went to the U.S. today, nobody wants to follow any rule,
No.
but they attach consequence to those rules. When what we've done in Liberia, most of our officials don't understand that their duty to the people, if I surpasses anything they think about themselves, they have to enforce the laws. Look, the motorcyclists will do what you want them to do if there is consistency in the application of the law. And you cannot be choosy about it. Look, in the beginning, they would blame you. They would say, you know what wrong? Oh, Honorable Barakin, do that. Don't worry. Look, leadership is not a child's play thing. Don't worry about how people feel as long as you're doing it lawfully, fairly, and consistently. At
Yeah.
the end of the day, they are going to understand your intention. Look, if we don't, and I'm so glad you guys spoke about this today because today that's why I came rushing in. I said I want to get there before 8:30 because I want to talk about this.
Go ahead.
And I was driving through the city today, and I saw some children. I would say no more than 7, 8 years old. They could be older, but they look about 7 or 8 years old. There
Mhm.
were three of them. Three boys were holding hands, they were walking, and then they stopped next to a banana stand, and they
Mhm.
wanted to get some banana, but they didn't have no money. So I was drinking coconut water. I stopped the car. So I said, "My beginning, where you going?" Oh, people were going all the way to Piampak or Pino.
Oh.
So they were literally around GSA. They were walking, going all the way.
Mhm.
And I realized. So I said, "Hey, you're in school?" People are school time, and we want food to eat. We go to school here. Oh." I said, "When the last time you were in school?" Ah,
Yeah.
and I still don't me. I'll in ABC. Then my money have money. Then they all were not in school, and you
Mm.
could see, and then it dawned on me, and I realized, look, and this question raised in my mind, my people, our leaders,
Mhm.
how do you sleep at night when our future is literally being snapped away?
Mhm.
I'm not exaggerating. Our future is not going to be assured. The very people that are supposed to take over from us, they're going to be so worse off than we are.
Yep.
It is not something I want to imagine.
Yep.
The job of national leadership is not play toy. It's not a child's play thing.
Nope.
You should spend your entire nights as a leader finding ways to improve the standard of living in this country for our people. But it seems almost every single person in government does not worry about that as much as they're supposed to. Maybe they are doing it, but it's not being reflected in the population. As I listened to the three kids, I was like, I said, "You won't ride." They were a little bit hesitant. They didn't want to get in the car. They were like, they were not sure. And I understood
Of
why.
course.
I said,
Yes.
"My begin, and you hold it in there, you can take a your go here because they will trust the keke a little bit more." And I
Uh-huh.
understand that. And
Yeah.
as you think about it, and
Mhm.
it's compounds from Zoidru to Buchanan to Maryland, they're all across the country. This is something that's being replicated. Most of the young people can bear it. People are making decisions in this country where when I went home and I was talking to a few ladies, it was like, "Hey, Ungoba." So I asked them about the three kids. Ungoba, but this is very normal. Sometimes I was saying the girl tried to school 1 year, then the boy got to get out of school, then I saying the other
Actually.
year, and the years are going. The years are going. What are we doing? I don't know, but I'm saying this to our leadership. If we do not get a hold of this, this organization we've spoken about will actually compound in this country. It could be total chaos. Something has to get done. If you're running the ministry, look, I will even think I say, listen, if you're a minister in government, the government should set a quota system. Say, listen, if you work at agriculture ministry, you should formulate a policy or implement something that creates a minimum of 5,000 jobs in the private sector every year to do your ministry alignment, for example, and push them to meet that quota. If they cannot meet that quota, replace them and there's somebody else coming. If it's a transport ministry, find a way to expand job creation in some form of way. Because if the society does not find a way for the least of us to have a space in this society, where they themselves can find food to eat, can take care of their family, can build themselves a home, or at least do something that they can be proud of in their own country, we're going nowhere as a society.
Mm-hmm.
Job we have to do. This is the job they have to do. Honorable Bouaka said he wanted only one term. If I were in Honorable Bouaka's position, I will be vigorously enforcing the laws. People will not like it in the beginning because I got nothing to lose, and I will make sure I set this country right on a proper footing, a proper foundation, so we can begin to develop. But if we don't do this, Damo, we'll keep talking about it 5-10 years from now. Nobody wants to follow the law, not even in America. Nobody wants to follow the law. People follow the law because they attach consequences to it.
Of course.
That's the only difference.
Yep. Yep. And the thing about this is, there are people who are responsible for passing good laws, and the only reason why they are in leadership or in government is to make money. They don't care about the generation that you just spoke about. They don't care about the future of our country, or if they care, they're not showing it. Like you said, anyone who cares about the future of the country will make sure that the education system is up to par. Or people like those 3 little boys, that breaks my heart just hearing that story. Or it breaks my heart hearing the story that we've got to alternate between my boy child and my gay child going to school.
Yeah.
That's something that leaders think about. They don't think about, I'm just here to get paid to get elected the next year. I mean, that's secondary to the job. And so, I hope that they should really get started because we are behind. I'm afraid that there's a pressure pot that is brewing in our country.
Well, it is brewing, Doc. It is brewing. I'm reading the thread. I love to read the thread sometimes. And somebody's just wrote, I forgot his name. I didn't catch his name. Sorry, guy. He said, look, Dualu, Liberia is not America, something like that.
Let me read it out for you.
Yeah.
So it's Christopher Barclays.
Okay.
He says, look, Dualu, Liberia is not America. So you can't just impose anything and expect a quick change.
What?
First, find a way to empower them before taking the hustle from their mouth.
Okay. The suggestion here is not to take hustle from anybody's mouth. Enforcing the law is not taking hustle from anybody's mouth. If you follow me, everything I've always done is empowerment, job creation for young Liberians across this country. So maybe you're new to the station, you haven't followed me, but I will say this. Liberia is not America. Liberia is almost 200 years old. That concept of this is not America, we've been saying it for some 176 years. We've been saying this. The issue here is, for instance, if you go on Carey Street, if you go on all the streets downtown Monrovia, all the sidewalks are blocked. People are selling on the sidewalks. If you enforce the laws as it relates to that, you say, listen, you move this other location. Because let me tell you, commerce has to go on in the city. If everywhere is blocked, we cannot build a modern society that way. You will say, oh, the people got to find. Yes, I understand. But guess what? If we congregate them in the proper location, and then people will still go there and buy. But it seems everybody want to come on the road. What that does is congest the city in a way that makes sure we're not going forward. This is not a suggestion that you just go ahead and remove the people. Every single time, look, every solution going to have some pains. Every societal solution has some pain. I don't ask you to take my word for it. I want you to go ahead and read some books and go to other countries and see every country that are developed, and you see there was no pain attached to that development. Pain will be attached to development. I'm not asking you to impose a pain for the sake of imposing pain. I'm saying the only way we can move from having a clean streets across Monrovia is to concentrate the sellers in one location. The only way we can have proper sanitation is to make sure we have a guideline that people are followed. The only way we can have a better taxing system is to demarcate the houses, make sure we have a proper addressing system. We can create a database. There will be some pain in development. If you don't want to develop, don't worry about pain. But if the aim is to develop, pain comes with it. And this is good pain, by the way. Stanton, Mr. Tupai, welcome to the show, guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duado. I pick up my phone and call you, Mr. Duado, 3 different times. You refuse to answer my call.
No. Thank you. No, wait. My American phone, for some reason, I had to get a new phone. I sent my Liberia number to you. So my American number not working. I'm not even getting access to Facebook, nothing.
You phone now, you get it, you close.
I see. I thought you were ignoring me. Now I understand.
Oh yeah, no. I will send you mine. I'll put it. I can't even get in the chat room, by the way.
Also,
So
you send me the new number. So text me now. Let me add that number in the chat room.
Yeah, let me text you my number right now.
At this stage, you should put my LeBron number there too, because I'm an American number is gradually fading away.
Yeah. So I'm having some problem, guys. Yeah. Sorry, I'll say I'm not in the
No, but it's good.
I
I just trying to check with you, make sure you're okay. But you didn't answer, and I called Aunt Jemima, but she didn't answer too. So is she okay?
Yeah.
Let's try to reach out to her too. That's what Richard said. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Thank you. I'm doing well. You can keep my American number, by the way.
Thank you. Ava, what's up, Ava?
Next.
I'm good, CEO. How you doing?
Yeah, man. I'm here. Thank God, all is well. Yeah.
You know, when you rub your hair, you can cause like abrasion and friction.
No, when you're saying something, I don't want to hear you say that I rub my head. That's a symbol to tell you that you're talking too much.
Thank you very much. You know that now.
So Fadiga.
We get it back from somewhere.
No money.
Yeah. Oh, but guys, listen. I have a lot going on. We're so happy to be here, but a lot of stuff going on though. So the Richardson, did you share the topic for today?
No, I didn't. I didn't know you wanted me to do that.
Oh yeah, Madam Tiju wanted us to share. If you can just drop it in there.
I can put it in the chat, bro.
Yeah. Madam Tiju wanted us to.
Yeah, I didn't hear back. I didn't hear back from her, so I just.
Yeah, but today would be one of the best days, Fadiga. It's crazy. The people came for spring training. What did we achieve anything? What was the main thing with the? Let me see if I want to have. I know you rushing to say something on this thing.
No. I didn't want to talk about the double date that if I think I better than when I heard it went on date with 2 women. So I don't.
So we not leave all the good thing we're about to talk about. You talk about.
Talk show. I want to say hello to everybody.
No, but listen, Ava. I beg you, Ava, today let's stick to the talking. Fadiga went on. Okay, you know what? Just because I want to hear the story, so let me put a picture of us. Wait.
Did I hear that story?
And you know,
you not tell the story?
Somebody phone going off. Just because I want to hear the story, so I'm going to put a picture up for the people to see. But I don't know who's who yet, though.
My man, look at the badge. Look at the badge on the
chest. No, I'm saying I don't know who get which one. I mean, if I buy so I'll show me. I say try to best I'll show up. I don't do this, but yeah.
No,
that remind me of somebody. If I use some of the Ghana words then from back in the day, people that would say different things. So I'm not talking.
No, but I'm trying to figure out why Fadiga. I mean, except you Fadiga, you anyway. Let me mind my business. The general people that on the show before they get very old. Sometimes when you want to talk, you catch yourself because the general thing here.
Megan talk.
Really coming for you. Doc, don't allow them to say anything funny.
No, but this picture here, let me ask the Liberian people now. Yeah, here we go. Who? I mean, who's the person in the blue dress?
I think she's an administrator for JFK or something. Somebody at JFK.
Yeah, I don't know her.
So I think her name.
Anybody know this lady in the blue dress? I mean, let me be clear now. Fadiga sent a picture for us to show it, so I don't want anybody getting mad. No. I don't want anyone getting mad and say, why you show my picture? Again, Fadiga in studio send a picture for all to show it. So please don't get mad with us. We're doing exactly what Fadiga asked us to do.
Oh, so
I know the political advisor to the president, Madam Madera Cooper, my Jimmy Jodocon schoolmate, classmate. That's my own friend. I know her, so I ain't got no problem. But the lady in the blue, I don't know her. So let me be very clear. Fadiga, what was the occasion? Yes, sir.
Well, I just tag along. I went with the minister. She wanted to do some assessment for some quick impact project at.
They not qualify yo. They say you love bread, bro.
Hey, but let me talk about.
Wait,
Wait,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Fadiga. Explain the story. We'll get to the end.
And I passed.
That was it. That was it. We're just doing an assessment for some quick impact project.
Okay, and that's it.
I won't say for who, yeah, but it was for some quick impact project. That was at the I think Montana.
Is that today? Is that today?
That was today, yeah.
So you didn't care AB, you left AB back.
I mean,
you left him out.
Do put AB in the deal.
No. This is very serious. When AB left, no. Now you see, when we come on this show, Duado, when we come on this show, we come to talk to the Liberian people. Then you can bring all kind of story.
I'll put a picture down there.
AB, but wait now. So AB went to beg. He went to the lawmakers to beg for $10 million. He went alone. He didn't care his two deputy, right? A lot of people beat on AB. Now you're going to go on his side to negotiate. You got nothing to do with LDEA. AB told you on the show. AB told you on the show you got nothing to do with LDEA. And then you go in to negotiate for LDEA. How does that work?
You're not negotiating for that thing got nothing to do with LDEA.
But here's the picture.
I was going with the minister. I just took
Who the minister?
You see Mandela?
Mandela is not a minister. She's the political advisor to the president.
Yeah, I see the political advisor.
So then what your brother doing there? Is he representing LDA?
Yeah, can you take picture?
Okay, I'm going to call AB on this one. I will call AB. But AB says don't come.
AB, I'm a man. AB and myself finished smoking a peace pipe.
Oh man, but that's a great picture. I know Mandela Cooper, a very hard worker. But folks,
strong woman.
Yeah, man. I can't wait for everybody to join on. We're going to have a wonderful show today because this is the day the Lord has made. We'll rejoice and be glad in it. Mr. Duado, I heard you speaking. After we do our 2 minutes, our topic for today, Dr. Richardson will read our topic for today, and we'll get right into it because we should be able to leave something with our fellow Liberians after the show. We got a couple of John Modu. And, he weighs somewhere down in Benin. I'm speaking to him. His internet is bad off. So I don't think he's going to make the show today. I called John Modu. We spoke. His internet is crazy. He cannot connect. If any one of you can connect with John Modu, please help us. I don't know where part of Benin John Modu is. I really don't know. Yeah.
He also be going Ghana today. He not in Ghana?
He was in Benin when I spoke to him this morning. Our phone went off, came back. So we hope that he settled in somewhere in this place that we can talk to him. Tomorrow we expect to be having Roland Giddens. He agreed to come on Spoon, the public work minister of Roland Giddens. We got a full schedule for the week, but we're going to do everything we can by God's grace to speak to that which is necessary for our Liberian people. Election is tomorrow, I believe. Tomorrow or Wednesday in Nimba. I'm interested in the Nimba election because of the power. Who is that person? Who that godfather in Nimba? Are we looking at a new godfather called Jeremiah Kwankun? Or do we have the old godfather, Prince Johnson? Prince Johnson is fully supporting Koga. Jeremiah Kwankun, the vice president, he said 110% he's supporting Yantuan. I was on the phone today with Yantuan. He was speaking to me, but directing traffic. I need 10 trucks to go to district number 5. I need this, I need that. I pause for a minute. I say, you are very busy. He said, I am extremely busy, Stanton. He said, but I promise you to be on the show after the election. The same thing with Koga, Representative Koga. I want us to have this first conversation. Dualu, let me come to you. Let's talk about Nimba, Dr. Richardson, or Hussein Uji Fadika, Asif Atuba. How important is this Nimba senatorial election? How important it is right now? And if you give me a chance, I will call Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson must have had almost 35 minutes phone call yesterday. Prince Johnson either win, and that would be a win, or Prince Johnson either fall short, and the people will question whether he's still a godfather. The NEMA election, folks, let's get into it. We have not too much of time. Mr. Eduardo, you go first.
Well, for everybody who thought the vice president, Honorable Jeremiah Pancon, is a puppet of Prince Johnson, here is your answer. It's the man that has his own mind to begin with. I think the NEMA election is crucial. I think whoever wins the senatorial seat will determine in some fashion how the county goes going forward. Now, before this election, Prince Johnson, Senator Prince Johnson, I believe part of the agreement was he was going to support Yan Twyan, and that was the agreement. Now, he changed because of reasons best known to him. My thing is, with the people of NEMA County, keep their commitment to having, because there's this thing in NEMA County where the people from the Manon Belt have felt that the people from the Gio Belt been controlling the Senate for too long. They want somebody from the Manon Belt also to take that position. So there was an initial agreement to split it between the Manon and Gio to make sure one senator come from the Gio Belt and another one come from the Manon Belt. So we will see what's going on out there in NEMA County for everybody's watching. But I don't think it's going to make so much difference in the Senate, whatever he goes. I believe when he comes to the Senate, there's a high probability that whoever is chosen is going to come to the ruling party to support them. But that's not much of a say until the election is over. We'll see what happens in NEMA County. But never mind, President, I want you to understand this. Senator Johnson still have tremendous sway in NEMA County. And I think it will be a tough battle out there if Senator Johnson does not support you.
Let me ask a question. Maybe the other folks get a question. Folks, we welcome every one of you. We're going to get into this. We got so many breaking news, so many documents we'll be sharing with you today. But let's talk about NEMA. Mr. Eduardo, I just don't want you to take this like the though. If Yan Twyan win this thing, Prince Johnson is not a godfather for NEMA.
I don't want to believe that. Absolutely not. Here's the thing, though. You can be a godfather and lose some battles. Now, Prince Johnson, despite what anybody says, has been winning in NEMA consistently. This other one is kind of different. It's different in the faction that there were some concessions made towards Yan to begin with from Prince Johnson initially. So losing this would not say Prince Johnson is still not a godfather in NEMA County. I think he still holds the highest sway in the county. But this is the concession he has to make to some extent. That's what I believe.
Okay, let me bring it down to Richardson. You know of most ability. You've been to NEMA so many times. I've never been to NEMA, but you know NEMA, you know the terrain. What say you? Koga, Yan Twyan.
Well, I want to talk about the power of Yan Twyan. He ran against Prince Johnson. I don't know if many of you know,
Yep.
and he was able to garner a lot of support. I mean, he nearly defeated Prince Johnson. So, I think he's very strong in NEMA. And I strongly believe that the fact that he almost won suggests to me that Prince Johnson's popularity is diminishing in NEMA. We are in war anymore. Prince Johnson, actually, his popularity was based on, he usually say he saved the NEMA people, he fought for the NEMA people, but it's been a long time since the war ended. And the people of NEMA continue to ask, what has he done for them? What has Prince Johnson done for them besides, stating what I said, that he saved them from the war? Kogar, on the other hand, who got the blessing of Prince Johnson, he's in the legislature already. Kogar was actually on a commercial committee. I believe we had him come on here to talk about the rights issues.
Correct.
He was supposed to come back to tell us the follow report from this regarding the money that went to the Commerce Department for the rights issue. I didn't really hear, maybe I was on the show after, but I didn't hear him speak about where the money went and how the money was divided to the different rice distributors, vendors. So something happened along the way. He stopped advocating for the people of Liberia. He did win the support again. I think the blessing of Prince Johnson. But I know that, again, Prince Johnson comes every Sunday he preaches a sermon to the NEMA people and to the world. I don't think he's strong in Nima. I won't say that he's the godfather of Nima as many people might think. Remember, Prince Johnson raised Princess Maya, I believe, in the last one of the Nima election, and that person lost. Okay, I think so. I'll keep my ears open for what's going to be the end result, but I think Yan Twan stands a strong position.
Are you saying that because Musa Belete is supporting him?
Musa Belete didn't announce support or
Musa
anybody.
Belete announced on Facebook that he's supporting Young Twan.
Musa said it was the time the rescue members were all together. It was the time the rescue team was supporting Yan Twan when he made that decision. But when he came here the last time, he said that he's not supporting anyone.
No, Musa is. But anyway, thank you, Dr. Richardson. He is. Musa is supporting Young Twan. Let me bring I don't know how well you know Nimba politics, but the strength of Prince Johnson, same Madam Salif time, the strength of Prince Johnson, same Charles Taylor time. Prince Johnson speak, majority of the Madians follow. Today, his godson, Jeremiah Kun's parents, took Jeremiah Kun's hand and put it in Prince Johnson's hand and said, "This is your son." Before his father died, they said, "This is your son. Guard him, direct him. He's from here. He's one of your people." Since that day, Prince Johnson have shadowed Jeremiah Kun. Today, Jeremiah Kun is supporting someone other than the person Prince Johnson is supporting. Jeremiah Kun called Nima and told the people of Nima, say, Prince Johnson just angry, but you don't listen to him. Prince Johnson came back and called on every radio station in Nima. He reaffirmed his commitment and support for Koga. Prince Johnson spoke on the radio till his blood pressure was 209 over 189.
You sure you were not in the hospital?
Prince Johnson had to go home, sat on his bed, and they were cooking oatmeal for him. And I had to tell Prince Johnson, I said, "Senator, get off the phone and relax." Me, I did that yesterday. Ask Prince Johnson. I had to tell Prince Johnson, with that blood pressure, don't talk on the phone, drink a lot of rest, eat your own meal, and everything will come down. And Prince Johnson says, "My son, what you told me, I went to the bathroom, I peed, I ate my oatmeal, I rested, my blood pressure came down." This is very serious, this election. And Prince Johnson is not taking it for a joke. Let me hear you, because listen, we got a lot of stuff. And he told me, he said, "I'm telling you to tell the people." Let me hear you. He make a lot of recording. He says, "Strength to recall me or call me. When I get the strength, I will speak." But let me hear you, Ava. This is serious to Prince Johnson. It is.
So I got some strong connection with Nimba. I live in Yekepa as a kid for like a year. I went to Era C school. My brother was at Era N. I came back a couple of years later, went to Karaha. I got a lot of friends from Nimba. Our heritage, we got some Gil blood. That's why my brother name is Don, James Madison, Don Tupac, D-A-H-N. Unfortunately for us, our father did not really explain our lineage in terms of the Basel, the Pele, the Gil connection. But a lot of friends over there. And no question, Prince Johnson has been a godfather. You also Edwin Snow here trying to soup up Prince Johnson, strength over the years in the different elections in trying to position for 2029. But that base has been eroding because there are other strong people from Nima County. That's a county with highly educated Liberians, highly progressive Liberians. If you go to Nimba, you compare its development with any other county, I believe Nimba is probably the most developed county on their own, besides the previous development of, Monrovia, through being the center of the universe for Liberia. So, the Nimbayans, they have a lot of loyalty and commitment to Prince Johnson. But people are seeing that people have to move off the stage. So they're trying to shift that allegiance. I'm not sure whether Jeremiah Kun is the one, but Jeremiah Kun is also feeling himself because he's vice president. He has an opportunity to become president. So he cannot be in the shadows of somebody, of Prince Johnson, regardless of the fact that Prince Johnson has been holding his hand the whole time. At some point, a child becomes an adult. And Jeremiah Kun needs to establish himself as a key political figure in Nimba. And this is one major opportunity for him to do that. So he's looking at the vulnerability of Prince and taking advantage of that because Yan Twai himself is a strong candidate. We saw his performance in the past elections. So for you to partner with...
No, finish up because I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, finish up. So for you to partner with somebody like that, I think that's a strong partnership. And most likely, the intellectuals in Nimba will probably lean towards that side because they do want to get out from the shadow of Prince Johnson. So they have a good chance to eventually become the political godfather. But just on pure numbers right now, I think Prince Johnson will still have more than 50% if the Nimbayans had to vote between he and Jeremiah Kun.
Thank you. But let me ask you a question, and I will keep one for my brother Al Hussein. To you, why Jeremiah Kun couldn't go to Nimba to campaign for Yan Twai?
Oh, we'll find the hole. You just go inside. Find the hole. You can't just go there. No, I mean I don't suggest it because any kind of way things can be camouflaged to look like something different. Something could happen to him. So whether we like it or not, people see Prince Johnson as a potential threat from both the verbal side and the physical side. So if Jeremiah don't feel comfortable, you're not supposed to go.
Thank you. Just real quick, let me just put this in. I don't want to forget, and I hope, Dama, you can take note. Councillor James Verdell will be our guest on Wednesday. That's the person I was trying to think about. Councillor James Verdell, the brother of Jerome Verdell, will be our guest on Wednesday. Fadika, I know you're going to talk on this thing. Couldn't it be helpful, at least for the vice president, go into Nimba, run through, pull Yan Twai hand up? Why do you think VP didn't do so?
Stanton, there is this Nimba Quadro Alliance in Nimba County that even if it is not a documented, well, there's Nimba Quadro, but when I say Nimba Quadro, it means that Nimba we are one from what we heard. There is this alliance in Nimba, unspoken alliance in Nimba that people they try not to ruffle feathers. If you listen to Musa Bility, if you listen to other people, everybody try to keep that camaraderie and to not go on the extreme. Jeremiah Kun and Vice President Kun and Prince Johnson, in as much as he will want to maintain his independence, there's still camaraderie between the two. And to go to Nimba and be very explicit about what he wants to do there will be an affront to Prince Johnson. How did we get here? A few months ago, Prince Johnson was on our side. Some things happened. What happened? We all know. I don't want to go through it. And Prince Johnson feel aggrieved. The notion that Prince Johnson is still not a godfather or this election will say something about who owns Nimba, I agree with Dwalu. This election will not say anything about, it will not be a real measure of who really owns Nimba County because so many things happening. Yan Twai is just a victim of bad timing. If things go wrong, he's poised to win based on the statistics that I look at. And some people, it's a very tough spot to be in. Yan is from the Mano Belt. Nimba is predominantly a Gio, which is more populated. Prince Johnson is from the Gio. But Yan has proven over the years to be a centrist. So he can play on both sides. If that plays out, he could lose. But I'm expecting Nimadian to be more rational or more fair because he's just a victim of bad timing and choose the most competent, the most prepared. Because Unity Party won because of Nima Kante. Nima Kante was very generous to Nima Kante, to President Boyka, even more than his own.
But let me hold you there. Let me hold you there. I beg you. Allow me to hold you there. You coming to this point. I want to rush this thing quick. They were more generous to President Boyka. What is President Boyka more generous to them? Would this be the best going into this? No.
Not for words in my mouth. President Boyka is more generous to the country.
Not even words. That big pot of pepper they make for your mouth.
It will not be there in my mouth.
The number of people, we got to talk about this thing.
No, President Boyka is generous.
I hear when you do this. I know you don't have your job yet. You're going to play it safe till you get your job. But let's be fair. You know what we're saying?
President of the Republic of Liberia, not for.
We are asking a fair question, and that's where this election lies. Right now. Maybe you don't want to say.
No, that's it.
Nima Kwado. They were most generous. They gave their all, their money, their time, their souls, their chiefs, their elders. They gave everything. The question in this election: what is our return investment?
We can still have a win-win situation in Nima, and I can tell you how. And Vice President Kun did it. Everybody doing the right thing. People trying not to ruffle feathers. Prince Johnson is angry, and if I was him, I would be angry too. He feels betrayed. But notwithstanding, there's something bigger than him, and that is a player. The rescuing the nation, the soul of the nation, and Nima Kante is at stake. You do not want to put. I know. If he wins, he will be former representative Koga. And I don't know Nyam very well. I've heard a lot of good things about him. I think he will make a great difference. I think his election will unite Nima Kante. It will put some ice on this whole Mano versus Gio thing in our place there, and it will show unity in Nima Kante. I pray that Nimadians listening to the show today will see reason to at least give the Mano Bell a shot. This is the best thing for Nima Kante right now.
Okay, Dr. Richardson, I know you won't come and pick you. Let me bring in pick you, Dr. Richardson. 30 seconds real quick, because I want to throw something hard on acid though, please.
Yeah. Can I just say, I know that Fadiga talked about the Nima Bell and some of the characteristics of Nibayan. Yes, there are more geared persons in Nima, but the amount of people tend to be more like intellectual. They tend to like to use them for leadership as opposed to people. I've been, trust me, I've been to Nima. I've been with this family for a long time, so I know. So they tend to be more exposed than. In fact, there's a saying in Nima called Manon Banza. Means the amount of people that are more intellectual, the stupid, they're not exposed. Okay, so leadership in Liberia tend to use the amount of people. And I also wanted to tell you that Mano is just more than Mano Gil. There's many other tribal people in Nima that we have to think about too. The Madingos are there. The Pele Bell is there. The Bassa Bell is also there. That we also have to think when we're looking at the senatorial race. And Nima is a very productive. I think Abba mentioned that Nima is also very productive county. Very, very productive. I don't think they want to stay in the past. I think they're looking forward to move forward.
I think where Dr. Richardson coming from is because of the Musa Ability factor. I will always start Musa Ability with Dr. Richardson, our brother. Musa Ability is supporting Yan Twine. Why? Because they are family. Musa Ability Pa and Yan Twine man, they are first cousin. They are blood. They are blood. So there will be no way Musa Ability will go support Koga. It was because of Musa Ability that Koga couldn't run on the Unity Party ticket as deputy speaker. You remember? They came on the show, the fought. It was because of Musa Ability. Musa Belete and Koga can see eye to eye. So what are you laughing for now? Let me do my listen, we're banning this thing, man.
Let me add this too. The math is in your favor. I beg you. The math is in your favor.
So there's no interruption on the show. I have seen, please. Go back to JFK and we'll take your double date picture, please. But Musa Belete, I can say he's fully supporting Antoine. Everything Prince Johnson did for him, he said he was supporting Antoine. Prince Johnson said, Musa, you're running your election. I will not step on your toe. Go with my blessing. But it is what it is. That's election. Musa Pa, Antoine man, they are first cousin. They're from one man, one pa. So that's the page. Musa is patient. Financially, also, he's supporting Antoine. But that's cool. Let's move on. Dualu, let me ask you before I bring in Fadiga. If Koga wins, is it a loss to CDC? Or is it a plus to CDC?
No, I don't think so. It's a simple answer.
If Koga wins, Unity Party wins?
Well, I don't think this is more of a party issue, though. I see it's more of because first of all, Koga's already a representative. I don't think it's gonna make any difference. It got nothing to do with party for me this time around. It's more about that whoever takes that seat as it pertains to himself. I guess when he or she, when he goes to the legislature, he might decide to pen whatever way he wants. But I don't think it has anything to do with party, frankly.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure.
Let me hear from Asha Do. Welcome to the show, Minister Do. This has nothing to do with party. You buy into Mr. Dualu's argument that this got nothing to do with party, Minister Do?
Well, it's good, but it's good to be back on the show. Another deal of we have damaged everything. But just a quick clarity here. Musa Belete supports Koga. He told me there are all the reasons why he needs to support Nimba Kennedy. Personally, I don't have a specific side, but we see the Nimba elections from many sides. So I know my brother Fadiga is trying so much. If you look around his face, you can see the love there too much. But my brother, no, you try, but you just don't make it. You really try. Thank you. The election in Nimba will send two kind of messages from one, depending on which way it goes. If Koga wins, it only tells us of the disastrous job that the United Party has been doing since it came into power. Like I've always said over and over again, the United Party has focused a lot on blaming WEA for everything they're doing something today. That's one aspect of it. So I kind of tend to agree that those who supported WEA will very more likely support Koga for that one fact, for the fact that United Party entire rule since it came to power has been on we are damaged the country, and not on this is what we are doing to face Liberia. And so that bloc that supported WEA will very most likely, and remind you, the bloc that supported WEA should tell you they are solidly WEA because they went against Prince Johnson, their political godfather. So that bloc is there. The second phase to look at again, the people of Nimba kind of having the feelings that they are not getting a return of what they put into the campaign. The issue of jobs distribution. Basically, we have, should we say, very one known person from Nimba's larger party and from Nimba itself, we can say two, Ministry of Lands, Mass Energy, and the Ministry of Labor from Nimba County, and not much feelings the people of Nimba actually have. And then the third thing is that the people feel the government is focusing on the wrong things. They are not basically the bread and butter issue, but from their own thought, the government is focusing on something that they see as targeting their political godfather. And it's a little tough to see how you can turn that around for the fact that these people put so much trust in this one person, and they feel you are targeting the one person that helped you. They see it as not being appreciative of everything he put into it. And so if Koga wins, no way we can describe it. It will just point to the disastrous job that the government is doing, the wrong things they are focusing on, not turning back to those who helped them, and a lot of other issues. Now, if on Yantuan wins, which I don't really expect. I spoke with 3 persons from Nimba. One happens to be a journalist. One of them told me that Yantuan may like the win. 2 of them told me, including the journalist, that Koga like the win based on a lot of things that they told me. And I kind of see that Koga may like the win on this issue that I thought. Now, if Yantuan wins, it will only be for the fact that the United Party may still be in a time of honeymoon. Like the issue of hope still there. Okay, they'll wait small. It's still soon. Let's see what they'll do. It's still soon. So that honeymoon time is still there. Now, when you draw down, going to the 1 year mark after 100 days, 1 year mark, that issue of government sync comes on. What the people saying? The prices keep rising. Things not going on. Nothing is happening. It's just talking and fighting. It will be a very tough time in subsequent elections. But as of now, I do predict Koga to win, and that will reflect on the government's performance. So.
Let me say this. I think I see Uncle Sam coming in the back. I will bring him on. Dr. Richardson, though, this is about party. I disagree with Mr. Eduardo. This is about party. This is to test the strength of Senator PYJ. A lot of stuff is at stake here. I just want us to do this 30-second real quick. Then you guys can ask questions before we move to the next conversation. 1, the War and Economic Crime Court. Yantuan saying he's going to support it. Koga saying go back to the TRC document. Yantuan visited Prince Johnson. Instead of him going on his knee for Prince Johnson to bless him, he stood tall. And Prince Johnson put his 2 fingers. Koga went to Prince Johnson. Koga went on his knee. And Prince Johnson blessed him. Prince Johnson is on radio in everywhere. He has deployed all his men to support Koga. Why are we here? Why now? I thought this Yantuan man supposed to be riding hard, easy. Because he ran against Prince Johnson. He came very close. He was promised this position, this seat. When Jeremiah couldn't go as vice president, you next. Everybody was clapping for him. Why are we here? When I spoke to Yantuan, I spoke to Koga, I spoke to Prince Johnson. Yes, I did. I spoke to the VP. I spoke to those key players, folks. But I want you to ask yourself, why Jeremiah Kuhn? Why is he not in Nimba County right now as we speak? Where are the giants of Unity Party? Why are they not in Nimba County right now supporting Yantuan? I mean, an open question for anybody. If you are supporting this man as a party, the party chairman, the party secretary general, the Grum from Nimba, the people that are supposed to make the decision in Nimba, the Nimba Kwado. You want to tell me Jeremiah couldn't go Nimba? People were chasing all the vice president. No, they won't do it. Tell what you're saying. Get all of the Musa Belete shadow because that he cost him Yantuan. He will support his cousin. He $32 million richer. He will give him money. But let's talk about the issue. Who benefits, CDC or Unity Party? What's the message to Unity Party today? If Koga wins that election, it means that don't mess with Senator PYJ. That's what Richardson. Let's do a 30-second real quick and we'll go to the other very important conversation because this is what somebody said John Lobo is in Nimba. John Lobo in Nimba. So I beg you, man. Go ahead.
The party chairman.
I wanted to say that.
Yeah, I understand. That's why they just told me that the party chairman was there. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
I wanted to say that in as much as the Nimba people tend to be very progressive people and they're trying to move forward, looking to the future as opposed to the past, which I consider Prince Johnson to be Nimba's past, okay? They also tend to be very traditional people. They like respect. They show this respect. They like to utilize their tradition, which I think is what was happening between Koga and Prince Johnson. On the other hand, Prince Johnson is he's detouring from from the Unity Party. You remember he had a big fight with the CDC because he said that CDC didn't fight for Nima County to get its money from Selamita. So that's why he detoured and went to the Unity Party. While he was at the Unity Party's popular, position, he then said that the Unity Party wasn't giving enough positions to Nimbayans. So he got upset about that. So he sending a mixed message to the people of Liberia right now. But if Yan Twan wins, it's going to tell you that Nima people are ready to move forward. They are tired of trying to be a hostage to Prince Johnson. Yes, he's a Nimbayan. He fought, according to him, to save their life, but they want to move forward. And I think the presence of Prince Johnson, to some extent, inhibits the Nimbayans, because it seems like everything they have to do, they sort of have to walk a fine line with the blessings of Prince Johnson. I think Nimbayans should make a great move. I think they should move forward. They should make a decision to move forward so they won't be tied to Prince Johnson, because he's struggling with the TRC right now. Coca is lining with him, and Liberia has to move on with this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Duarte. What's your closing on this thing?
Well, I'm going to close on and tell you this, Tension. At the end of the day, Prince Johnson is still a powerful force in my county. I'm not going to. Anybody would tell you something to the contrary. They're missing the point. I think because Prince Johnson made previous commitment to Young, the people in Nima County may say, you know what, Ron, we're going to go with a previous commitment that you make to Young. I think it's his time to go over there. But at the end of the day, I mean, Nima will decide. It is up to the people in Nima County. That's what I will tell you.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. Asifa, your closing on this?
My closing is the people of Nimba have a directional decision to make. We trust that they will make the right one. At some time, somebody's time on the stage ends and a new breed of people, take that position. And I think in this time, Yan Twan, I expect him to win. And I expect the combination of Twan and, Jeremiah Kuhn to start to gradually erode Prince Johnson base and become the powerhouse in Nimba.
Wow. Alpha Diga, we got three. Alpha Diga, where are you?
Well, had everything remains constant, Prince Johnson would be supporting Yan Twan today. We know things happen, but that mindset have not changed. Based on the numbers that I looked at and something, he's poised to win. He's in a tough zone. Like I say, he's in a tough zone, but I like the way he's playing out. Everybody reserving their bullets. Even the vice president doesn't want to step too much on Prince Johnson's toes. Everybody try to be as moderate as possible so that they do not, divide the county. And that's
Thank you. So you go with Yan Twan. You think he's going to win, right?
He's supposed, yeah. He most.
Okay, so we got 4 on set. Mr. Doe.
Yeah, sure. CEO, so please, thank you. Since we are on this Nimba election thing, please allow me to quickly say this. We wanted to flag it out because this has been something I've been running. Over time, there came the issue of turning positions, and we got a lot of UP partisans who were running around with people who they said campaigned. We will come into the details of it when that time reaches. But I wanted to say, though, that in Nimba, we have video evidences, we have photo evidence of appointed government officials.
We're slim tired.
No, I beg you back. I beg you, don't interrupt him. I beg you, Fadiga.
Campaigning in complete violation of the code of conduct. And those, I will mention their name, Otello Mensua, who was the Deputy Minister for Administration, Minister of Labor, Victor Passer, who was the Deputy Director for Administration, FDA, Benedict Dolo, who was the Deputy Minister for Small Business, Minister of Commerce, or Arthur Wonka, who is still there yet, but Assistant Minister for Administration.
Yeah. Sticky got you.
Okay, so let's see whether Minister Doe come back. But in the interim,
yeah, I'm back. Let me. I really want to end it. Well, who is the Assistant Minister for Teachers Training, Ministry of Education. My own friend and brother, Danu Mianye, who is the Deputy Director for Administration, CSA. Doug Cooper, Director General, Ministry of Commerce. Robert Will.
This really did a homework.
We're going to welcome Mr. Jackson to the show. We're going to welcome Dr. Bropley. We're going to welcome Aunt Jemima Wodokoli. Are you with us, Minister Doe? I want you to finish before I move on.
Yeah, I really want to finish this because I want to make sure this is on record, on clip.
So go ahead now. I'm giving you the time.
All right. Sorry. Ku Miape Gono, the superintendent, therefore.
All right, so let's make sure that Minister Doe internet is right. Then we'll bring it back. Mr. Jackson, Mr. Doe, your internet is interrupting you. Just for you to know, it's not, we got nothing to do with it. I want you to finish.
Yeah. Right.
I want to be fair. Are you done?
I think it's almost done. We got two persons that I want to mention. Defu Zuo, who is the Deputy Minister of Finance, and the NOCA Deputy for Finance and Investment. These people are on record with us, campaigning in NIMBA in direct violation of the Code of Conduct, something our United Party friends were using as justification for which people should be removed of their turning positions. And let's say, Code of Conduct does not only apply to turning positions, they apply to presidential appointees in government for a specific reason. But on the issue of Koga, I go for Koga, and I know he will win for all of the reasons.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So Mr. Jackson, Dr. Bropley, and Aunt Jemima, former Deputy Minister, because you guys came late, we'll only get your 30-second closing on this one because we are moving on. So please consider. Mr. Jackson, you go first.
Yeah, look, anybody who thinks that Prince Johnson's influence is been diluted or diminishing in NIMBA hasn't been to NIMBA lately and doesn't understand Liberian politics. So if you look at what has happened in the last 23 years in NIMBA, Prince Johnson has presided over the rapid economic development of cities in NIMBA. NIMBA is the second most prosperous county in the country, has a lot of, is moving economically, and Prince George still can now. I'm not sure who's going to win the election, but even if Jan Twine wins, it will have nothing to do with the diminishing of Prince Johnson's political power. It would just mean that Mr. Twine himself is more likable than Mr. Koga, but it will have nothing to do with a bet on the importance of Prince Johnson's position in NIMBA politics, and that's my position.
So you think who's going to win?
No, I don't know because I'm not following it around Liberia, but I'm saying if Mr. Twine wins, he will be winning because of his personal likability, and it would have nothing to do with Prince Johnson. And then if Mr. Koga wins, I don't. But no one should think for a minute that Prince Johnson's political power in NIMBA is diminished. We saw that in October and November. This is still a powerful force in that country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Dr. Bropley.
I think Senator Prince Johnson still has tremendous power. He carries weight in his county. But I think the people with the greater power are the people who are going to elect one of these two men to be the next senator. And I will call on the people of NIMBA to not relinquish the one power, constitutional, organic power that you have. Don't relinquish that to anybody. No godfather is going to stand over you in the booth. Vote for the candidate that you think would do the most for the county, and vote your conscience. And to that, I don't have a candidate to pick, but I hope the people of NIMBA will follow their conscience and not a dictate of any political godfather in the county.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in the woman from NIMBA County. Sorry that you joined us late. I was really expecting you on this one. But so we'll give you 30 seconds. We know you had a great program to do. We'll come to it. Welcome to the show, Aunt Jemima. What do you think? Young Twine or Cougar?
First of all, I'd like to say good evening to every one of you people. I was sick and nobody bothered to even call me to show how much y'all love me on this show. But however, I love you people back.
I sent you text today. You saw my text?
I didn't see it.
Check it. Now let me send you text as well.
Yeah, so it's been a little bit tough. But anyway, I still love you people. So the people of Nima people will never ever disrespect Prince Johnson. Let's get it out of the way. The Musa ability, the young one, the whatever, Brother Koga, one of them is in Nima, they have a culture where they respect the elders. They respect people who they call their dad, their uncle, or whatever. Prince Johnson is the elder of Nima. No matter how you put it, you can twist it, you can, or you bring it down, pass up, tell it, and whatever tribe that exists in Nima. The two tribes that we know that belongs to Nima County officially is Gio and Mano. And all the other tribes, of course, we accept them because they are Liberians. Liberians can move, I can move and go and live in Yofa County, it doesn't matter. But the point here is that Prince Johnson, those who are running with us feel, oh, Prince Johnson got no more power, he got this, he does. The Nima people respecting the scene as a buffer, and that's it. Now, when it comes to the two sons of Nima County, the old people have said, Koga is our son, Young Twine is our son. Let's see them play the game. That is, anybody can go and vote for who they want to vote for. That's what they are doing in Nima right now. The Nima citizens, they still respect Prince Johnson, but they will go and make an independent decision to vote for who they want to vote for. And that is the clear point, period. Nothing else.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For my take, I do believe the Nima people are going to win tomorrow. The margin's going to win. It will not be Cougar. It will not be Young Twine. The people will make the right decision. It will not be Prince Johnson or Jeremiah Kwankun, the vice president. The Nima people will win tomorrow. The people get a mind made up. They listen, they have come too far. A great country that when you get outside of Mosurado, you enjoy the beauty of Liberia in Nimba. Andrew Mama, we got to change your name. But it is important for us to know. Before we end this story, we want to say thanks to every one of you. Let's just pray for the peaceful election. We heard that the Liberia National Police sent 1,000 troops, men, women. And we're going to just set it right because it is important that election will be peaceful. The election campaign is over. It's done. When I spoke to folks, they said, no, we can't come on the show because campaigning time over. We do not want to go against the National Election Commission. All right? They cannot come on. We see the result. You want to say something, Abba?
Yeah, quickly, I just want to give a shout out to the Nima people or whoever is the entrepreneur. I saw the picture from Mount Nimba that somebody shared. It's a beautiful resort that they're building, and somebody told me it will be done in a month's time. So that's part of the progressive stuff.
Yeah, Abba, tell people not to be paying for those shout out. $10.
For the people, I just giving them shout out. I don't know the people.
All right, but anyway, we want to say so. Let me say this. I want to squeeze Uncle Sam and maybe you guys, Mr. Dwallu. The code of conduct thing, though. I don't know it, but I'm not too much into it before we go to the next conversation. Was Asa right on the code of conduct thing? This applied to everyone that work in the government that you cannot campaign. Can you help us? I want to understand it today before I go to Dr. Bopler, Uncle Sam. Who know about code of conduct? How does it work?
Well,
Mr. Dwada, I'm asking you first.
Yeah, Stanton, I'm not going to take something that Asa said at face value because Asa is heavily politics, so he doesn't weigh things through a objective lens. He weighs it through a CDC lens, so I'm not going to take too much from that. But I'm going to say this.
No, I'm not saying take too much of that. I was there right. No, I beg you, Mr. Dwada, let's correct this. It's not about CDC, but the code of conduct thing. Does that only apply to tenure position? That's my question.
I don't think it only applies to change your position. But let me say this, Spencer. If you hold certain position in government, this is just common sense. It doesn't look as a professional to be out there campaigning when you're the Minister of Justice, for example, or you're Minister of Gender, campaigning for a political party. You work for the people of the Republic. Your loyalty is to no president, no political party, but to the Republic. Sometimes we find it difficult to understand here. So if you are a top level professional, you are not going to campaign for anybody. But then again, this is Liberia. People take government job, and this is the only thing they're capable of doing is working in government. So the entire loyalty is this demagoguery in this country. The entire loyalty now becomes to the person who appoints them or to the party from whom that person leads. And that's a problem. So for me, I think it applies to most serious positions in the country. Stay away from politics and do the people's bidding. Stanton.
Stanton.
Can I come in?
Dwalu.
1 second, I'll see that
running a campaign, it is doing the people's business. One of the most important thing in the country is democratic elections. That's doing the people's business. And just because I work for the government, you should not remove from me my right to participate in politics. I think the guardrail is don't use the people's resources for the campaign. In other words, don't use the public work truck to go carry your campaign over there to Nukuta. But to say that because I work for the government, I should stay out of the campaign, that doesn't cut it, because the campaign is part of the responsibility of democracy. And there's nothing wrong with participating in the campaign, just to use the people's resources.
Thank you. I said, you're going to call me Dr. Booker. That's not what I said.
Yes, I just wanted to.
I said, wait 1 minute. I said, I beg you 1 minute. Jeff, wait. We need to make a correction real quick. Mr. Eduardo, are you done?
No, I just want to make sure that the broker understood what I said. Anybody, it's just your right as a citizen of a republic too. It doesn't matter because you work for government. But what I'm saying is, if there are certain positions, if you hold in government, stay away from campaigning like a regular person. It just doesn't look professional to me. That's what I'm saying. I beg you. Hold on 1 minute. I said, can you call the names again of those folks that are campaigning, please? And you said they are currently in Nimba?
They are in Nimba. Let me try to get it back. Hold on.
Yeah, I beg you. Well, wait. Call the name. We want to understand.
They're asking if you call it a name, please say if they are appointee by the president. Please clarify that.
Well, again, before I call the name, let me stress here that the code of conduct is not just limited to campaigning for a person's elected positions. It goes beyond to say a presidential appointee be involved in political management. Correct. Meaning, even if you are deputy for where or whatever, you cannot be Secretary General of a political party. You cannot be this of a political party. You have to divorce yourself from political management once you separate. Again, if my BPAP, Tiger Brooklyn, says it's not bad, then please tell your rescue people to stop causing noise about the 10 people running campaign around here. Just tell them. But let me call the name. Otello Mansua. He's the Deputy Minister for Administration, Minister of Labor. Victor Passe, Deputy Director for Administration, FDA. Or Benedict Dodo, Deputy Minister for Small Business, Ministry of Commerce. Ato Wamba. Now, Ato Wamba was appointed with June. It needs surface again, so we are still looking at that. But he will be the Deputy Minister for Administration, Ministry of Defense. Or Clifford Kona, Assistant Minister for Teachers Training, Ministry of Education. My brother Danu Mianye, Deputy Director for Administration, CSA. Doug Cooper, who is the Director General for Ministry of Commerce. Robert Wilson from the GSA. Bob Kato, Deputy Director for National Food Assistance Service. Ko Miape Gono, who is the Superintendent of Nimba. Depu Zuo, Deputy Minister at Ministry of Finance. The Noka Deputy for Finance and Investment, I don't know his name. or Luther Tappet, who happens to be the chair for NPA, they are all there. So these are the people for which we get photos, we get videos, and we have it. We see them campaigning.
All right, so thank you. No, guys, hold on 1 minute.
I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify.
Dr. Bobla, hold your clarification a little bit. You call some folks' name that are not even in the country. Are they campaigning?
Unless you want to tell me who are they?
No, hold on 1 minute. Hold on, I beg you, brother. I allow you to repeat yourself. Are they campaigning outside of the country? Is that something part of the code of conduct?
We can always make correction to anything. But like I told you, these are people that we capture, we get apostles sent to you.
Again, I beg you guys. I beg you. Let me do this thing. I beg you.
And you know what? Now, someone just told me.
I said wait now. I said wait. I said wait now. I said wait. And we just said that there will be no interruption. We'll speak one at a time for our people to benefit. So I beg you, please. I beg you. The reason why I asked you to repeat because I know. Let me bring in Depo Zoe. Welcome to the show, Zoe. It's good to have you.
Yes, how you doing, Stanton? And hello to our listener out there. My name is Depo Zoe. I just want to clarify. I'm told by I think about 5 callers right now calling me from here in the U.S. and also from Liberia that Azido is saying I'm in Nimba right now campaigning. And I just want to clarify, Azido, I'm here in the U.S. I came for spring meeting. I'm still here. And besides that, the issue of campaign is not something if the CDC is having its own fear of what's happening. I can tell you, Azido, your generation, which including my generation, lost the opportunity. Many Liberian people today, they are regretting why CDC as a vibrant party comprising many young people were disappointed Liberian people. So if you want to do a correction to that.
So we hear you live. So Depo, you and myself come from a long place. I know that you are in the state, and thank you for calling on the show. And a lot of folks hearing you. You are not in Nema, you are not in Liberia, you are staying here. And I'll talk to you. It's good that you call.
No.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute, Joe. So hold on 1 minute.
My brother, again.
I said wait. I will bring you on. Hold on 1 minute. You have question for him?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so my brother, we can always make corrections whenever we make mistakes. We are always open to that. We got our people on the ground who's sending us all of the information. I just wanted to find out from you. During the entire phase of the Nimba by-election, did you at any time go to Nimba to campaign? At any time at all, even before going to the US? We can always make corrections on that.
Since I returned to Liberia to take assignment at Ministry of Finance, I have not crossed Kakata.
Okay. So we're very quietly. Thank you.
If you saw me in Nima, maybe I think I'm trying to be another octopus. Maybe that was you.
Thank you, Zoe. I'll talk to you, my brother. Thank you, man. Thank you, bro. All right. So listen, folks. Listen. Another individual calling me again. I say, you want to revisit your list before we bring the next person?
Go straight to him for the chat room.
Everybody that's calling you, please add one. Good thing.
I say. And we make our own promise, we'll not interrupt. Let's go around the corner. We have cleared that up. I'm not going to waste my time on it. Let's just move on, right, guys? Because there will be no need now to even question your list. Your list, one person have just dropped your whole list and say your whole list is a fraud list. Go and recreate your list
again.
Okay? But let me go
the people that we have in Nimba. You can play your politics and your propaganda for, like I told you. We are not a rescue.
Absolutely, we agree. No interruption.
No, let me end.
No, I gotta go to Uncle Sam at I said, don't interrupt the show now, please. I beg you, please.
Can I make my clarification?
Make your clarification. That's a book plan.
Okay, I just want to clarify. I didn't say that those who work for government can hold party offices. If you have official role with the government, you should not hold like Secretary General of the party, chairman for the party. But if you hold government position, you should be able to campaign for a particular cause, a particular candidate. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And if the code of conduct said differently, then we need to change it because that is inhibiting people fundamental constitutional right to choose. people who work for government are Liberians. They have a say-so in who leads them. And so they have a right. But if you're a minister or whatever, you can't be party chairman, committee chairman, those kinds of things. But you can be a regular citizen that go on the field and say you'll vote for Yakbabu or you'll vote for Mapu. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Asivatokpa, I think it's up to you, sir.
So I just wanted to clarify for Azedo, he was right and he was wrong. And he was wrong again. So Azedo, you're right that people appointed by the president cannot campaign. Is against the code of conduct. The code of conduct is for all public officials and all public employees. That's the whole context of the code of conduct.
Not really.
But when it comes,
you want to read it verbatim on the radio?
I can read that, but that's not what I was quoting. It is on law 5.8. It is unlawful for any civil servant employed in any branch of the government to use his official authority or influence for the purpose of interfering with an election or affecting the result thereof. No officer or employee in the executive branch of government or any agent or department thereof shall take any active part in political management or in political campaigns. All such persons shall retain the right to vote as they may choose and to express their opinions on all political subjects.
So I think this is very instructive.
Yes, it's clear.
It's very instructive.
Yes.
So there you go, political management.
Some of those people you need, Isaac. Yes. So that's leadership. So some of those people you name, they are not supposed to, they are not in NIMBA. So you got to get your facts right. I know you're getting all your live coaching, but you got to get your facts right when you come on the show. Look, the violation of these things. And I'm happy that Isaac Doe is so conscious today of everything that's wrong. What was Janga Kuo rule, the Controller General of the Republic, over these last few years? What was Jeff Koji rule? Where were you, Isaac Doe, when all our CDC brothers and sisters appointed by the president were playing active role in political parties? I'm just saying it just to say how hypocritical it is of what you're saying now. But I'm against it. I don't want people in this new government to violate our code of conduct. They shouldn't. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. I said we're going to go to Mr. Jackson, and we'll give you one last word because everybody seemed like, let me go to Mr. Jackson. You'll be the last answer, though.
So
let's close up on the code of conduct. I will come to you. I just say Isaac Doe will be last. That's what I said.
So the issue of people in the executive taking part in politics, it's monumental. It's monumental, but is it the top of my list in terms of transgressions of this new government? Of course not. I can live with that. Okay, but the thing is, like, if they're out there campaigning, then there is something that they're not doing. They're not participating, they're not working, they're not spending enough time in their official functions, and we pay them. That's the issue. That's the issue. A new government that comes in that is directionless, no fulcrum for economic development, no fulcrum for rule of law, nothing is happening. People running helter-skelter, missteps, all kinds of different things. And then you want to take this time to go to a campaign because you want to settle political score? Tell me that's very juvenile. It's unpatriotic. It's against every good moral character to do stuff like that so early. It's not just about the fact that it's against the code of conduct, but you are taking away from your official function to go to campaign. That is wrong. And nobody on this on this platform should try to justify that. If it was wrong with the CDC, it is wrong now. You came to change. You ran on a matter of change. How can you run on a matter of change and you made such big hula baloo about people, public servants campaigning for CDC, people taking position, as if in a court, and then people come today, not because it's against the code of conduct, because it's just plain wrong. You robbing the Liberian people. You're not doing their work. That's all. That's what this is what this is all about. Not just about the code of conduct, but the morality that is involved, the functionality of an official to go out to start campaigning.
I like your passion, Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
But we gotta go.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but I think let me go to Dr. Richardson. And I hope our people take away something today.
Yeah.
I will say Dr. Richardson before I come to you. Shame on Asido and Uncle Sam Jackson. Shame on them. And no, listen, I will be the first to say a good shame, not a bad shame. Asido called names. And when Papa Uncle Sam Jackson said, that's wrong, that's wrong. Who are you talking about? You know when they went to Nimat? Was it on the weekend, Saturday and Sunday? If it is true, did the code of conduct say if you are not working, you can go do your own thing? Did it say don't vote? Not because Asido coming up with some name that we just remove one of those many names he got on his list. The person here on the meeting, Asido said the person campaigning in Nimat. That should disqualify the entire list. The whole list is tabata. Because you didn't do your research, I said. That whole list, that Jowiab list, you guys went on a World Trade Center, you printed names because you say all the Gio and Mano people in front of Nimba, everybody that in the government, Gio and Mano, they put it on the list. I mean, what kind of disgrace is this? Is that a kind of new form of propaganda now? People that in America all over just putting the name down, just because the Mano, just because the Gio. No, I said, lift up your head. Lift up your head. I said, Joe. I mean, I never thought I was bringing you on the show to mess up.
Stop yelling. That yelling thing, don't think the fact that these things are yelling. Don't think any fact that these things are yelling. Stop yelling. It don't think fact.
Don't show us on your phone.
Send it yourself.
Let me put it up.
You all, it was campaign. It doesn't work.
I say, send it, let me put it up. That's what Richard said. I can name you. I can name Dwadu. I can name Aseva and say all of you were in Nima last week. You didn't cross your T's and dot your I's before you came up with a list? You know how many people right now following us? 6,781 people you just lied to. You lied on Dupo. You got to apologize. We hold you. We demand apologies from you. What's your CDC vetting committee? You're getting to circulating in your chat room. So in your chat room. That Richardson come in, man. Let me go back. Let me go in the back. No, let that Richardson speak. No, I want to apologize for Richardson and Alpha Digger.
Let's have a civil conversation here. I believe that for us to have a civil conversation, I believe that we all have our own opinions about matters in Liberia. We are entitled to those opinions. You can express yours and I can express mine. For someone to come on the show and say, oh, if you say this, you don't know Liberia politics or you don't know Nima politics, I think it's quite childish to think that way, or you don't sound like an intelligent person. Or for you to come and say, you know, if you think this way, then you don't understand Liberian politics. It just doesn't make any sense. But by the way, speaking about the code of conduct, my only concern about this is the ethical piece relating to it. If someone who campaigns for a politician, you know, do you become biased towards what that politician thinks or the ideology? Are you able to stand up against that politician? So that's my concern. And then when I read what it says your use of your official authority or influence for interfering or affecting the results of elections thereof. What I think we need to define what is using your official authority or influencing elections. Is if I just wear a T-shirt, am I influencing election, or versus if I go out and speak for someone and side with them, their political views? So I think those will be things that I like to tease out a little bit before I move any further with this issue on code of ethics.
Thank you very much. We're going to just end this thing. We got other important issue to go to. Adiga, you're going to speak, then Asa will go last.
Well, the code of conduct is very clear about campaigning. Then we have to define what campaign is. Whether being visible with something. Let us not forget the crafters of the code of conduct. A lot of them, I think Akaris Gray was on that team, and few seditions they put. I think Akaris Gray was the person. I would say this, and I'll be honest. If we are going to beat on the CDC for violating the code of conduct, I think with less than 100 days going in governance, I think we need to be very mindful not to repeat the same mistake. Given what I've seen in the code of conduct, I think section I just posted in the chat room on participation in politics is section 5.1 going all the way down. It was very explicit about the code of conduct and the way presidential is. It went to presidential appointee. So that means if you are presidential appointee, so it didn't say anybody in government. It made mention to people that were appointed by the president. So if you are not a presidential appointee, it is my understanding, given what I read, I said what you read differently, you can go out and canvass and run campaign. And I said, do nice try, but your desperation to point finger at this government is so loud that you are making some mistakes, some elementary, I would say juvenile mistake. I think you should hold your horse and verify the information. You will just debunk it 2 or 3 times so that just show the credibility of your information. Tell your guys to do more research. Right now, a lot of your folks are hanging on thin thread with their violation of the code of conduct. I don't think we should be politics as usual here. I think you should make sure you verify your information, because this government, in as much as we all supported this government and brought it in, a lot of us will not sit down for that we violate the same thing that we spoke against. So those that are knowing the campaigning, I would say do not do it. The law is very clear. We should not make the same mistakes of the CDC. But it's very explicit.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question. Let's set this straight. You work in the government. You all Saturday and Sunday. You telling me that the code of conduct restricts you on Saturday and Sunday on your days off?
Yes, if you are, it doesn't matter. The idea, the rationale behind it is to avoid conflict of interest. That you cannot be in the position of authority in government and then use government resources, use government influence.
But listen now, listen, I'm begging you. Use government resources, brother. Use government resources.
It's not only resources, influence.
No. We gotta put that up. Let me be very frank. You cannot tell us. You got one person who is a board chair. What's his name? Reverend Luther Tappan from NPA. Does he work every day?
No, the board chair can campaign. Board chair can campaign.
But you're trying to confuse the people here. Right?
Yeah,
Hold on 1 minute. The picture CDC running around with that Reverend Luther Tappan and other folks. Mama will come to you. Let's hear from Asido. We got to go on the other important issue real quick.
Yeah. So Stanton, let's clear up this.
Please help me.
Yeah. Number 1, it says civil servants should not use government property to campaign, but they are allowed to campaign. Civil servants. Presidential appointees are totally discouraged Here is a reason. Let me give you an example. The Minister of Internal Affairs.
I beg you. What did it say about presidential appointee?
Totally discouraged them from being involved in any political management, plus any form of political campaign.
Discouraged? Is that the word that was used?
Did they use discourage?
Oh, let's just read it. The team there.
What is it? Let's put it up. Let's put it up.
I put it in the chat room. Just read it. Yeah.
Okay. They're right there. You can see them. I don't have to use it. Right. I don't have to. Go ahead. I'm not a robot to use the exact words. I'm just saying. But again, like I was saying, the Minister of Internal Affairs controls the chiefs, the local government. Tell me what will it mean for the Minister of Internal Affairs to go on a campaign, talking to the chief, saying, listen, if you do this, this will happen. He gets the power. He has the influence. He can detect things there. And, you know, they didn't want it, so they put it out. Say, no, let's not do this. Don't be engaged in political management. Don't be the SG of your party. Don't be the this of your party. Once you are a presidential appointee, civil servants, good, but don't use government property. Vehicles, government phone, government this and that. I wanted to clarify it. But again, I'm sure I needed to apologize to the people. I'm very well okay to doing that. So, you know, my Liberian people, meaning the people from Nimba County, I apologize to you on behalf of everyone for a government that lied to you that they were coming to do things differently, but they are doing well. Please. Please.
Your time is up. We gotta go real quick with the 30 seconds. I say your time is up.
I want to apologize. You don't want to allow me. And again, our list is 99.9% accurate. We are not United Party that ran with 16 billion lies, even though auditors came and did the audit.
Let's stick to the conversation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mama, welcome to the show. And ladies and gentlemen, just to inform you, I will be hosting Mame. When Mame, I know when. Mame 5 weeks straight. I don't know. I'm happy that I'll be seeing you in the next couple of days. But welcome to the show.
Yeah, good to be on the show. I mean, I was coming on and listening to the code of conduct issue, and I just wanted to chip in 30 seconds, and then we can move to other issues. I don't want to beat Acid Joe because he made mistake with one name. Violation of the code of conduct is wrong. We should uphold what we promise. So I agree with ASIC and every other people who calling on the people of the rescue mission to uphold the code of conduct. Every other law, let's uphold it. Let's show the difference. Let's convince the people we are different. You see what ASIC is doing here is part of the CDC's strategy. They are currently not thinking, not generating any progressive idea to transform the country going forward. Everything they're doing is a little man thinking and waiting for President Bouaka and his team to repeat the mistakes that we have made so that they can use it to justify that George Weah is as Joseph Boakai. That's all they're doing. Everything they do is just to show that everything George Weah did, even though it was wrong, Joseph Boakai can do the same thing. Therefore, George Weah should come back and be president. That's all. And we should not give them the reason to do that. We should not. So the code of conduct, let us hold it. For me, if you left with me, ask me, some of the laws we enact, we ourselves, we're not ready to enforce. Why should we enact it? Why should we create laws that we're not able to enforce? But now that the law is existing, let's uphold the law. As they made mistake, if call somebody new in America, another problem. People are there who are in Liberia, they are violating the code of conduct. The only difference between the United Party and the CDC regarding the code of conduct is United Party people are afraid, they're howling to violate the code of conduct. CDC people were reckless, blatant, and irresponsible in the violation of the code of conduct. That's the only difference. United Party people howling on water, refusing to show themselves, refusing to post on Facebook pages. That in itself is a sign that they're afraid of the people. The CDC, on the other hand, they were reckless, they were irresponsible, they care less. The central bank governor went to the party headquarters. He sat down there and announced, Nathaniel Patrick, the governance commission chairman, right after they appointed him on the party campaign committee. The list goes on. The health minister, she had what she called surgery for President Weah re-election. So the only difference is the United Party people are hiding. You go on their Facebook pages, you might not see them, but the CDC people were reckless. But violation is a violation. Let's set the difference so that nobody think about bringing a disaster back in our country for leadership.
Stanton, you're muted.
Sir, thank you very much, brother. A lot of folks reaching out to us. This can lead to folks resigning. This can lead to folks resigning.
Yeah, people don't resign like real Stanton.
They can lead to folks that if the government, the president, to demand the resignation. So as though, as much as we would beat you, I think, like everyone's saying, we shouldn't go to the past, and, to repeat. But that's Reverend Luther Tappet. Reverend Luther Tappet, indeed, is saying, even board chair, once you are appointed by the president, you shouldn't be doing that. Senators are sending me information saying this is very serious and they are looking into it. Why will you go and campaign? So are we now repeating the work that which was done by CDC? So again, as though you made a mistake on Zoom, but as though your argument here to put politics aside, this is troubling. Fatiga, you are right. And we got to say as it is. This is true. Uncle Sam, you have the last word here, because now we're seeing the pictures of these, and we're seeing the photos. I think that that's a good argument. Uncle
But
Sam.
look, Stanton, like I said, it is not even about it being against the code of ethics. I mean, work habits. And which day was it? Was it on a Sunday? Was it on a work day? That's the question. And why would you take time off from our work, taxpayers paying you, to go mount a political podium and run a political campaign? So there has to be an investigation, right? But the whole thing is the hypocrisy. And I really, this is the first time I really am siding with Mommy on this thing, right? You beat CDC up on violation of the code of conduct. And the reason, and I always say the difference between the transgressions and the seditions is that they were very flagrant. Somebody goes and have a marriage at a fancy hotel in Paris, in a very poor country, whereas the Unity Party people who were there for 12 years, they stole, but they hid their money in Panama, Mauritius, and other places. That's the difference. So they both are transgressions, they both stole, but it's just that one, I won't say have the sophistication, but one has the, for lack of any good word, just didn't show off. And seditions will show off. That is the biggest sin. The biggest sin that they will show off. Okay?
Thank you.
They were not even egregious enough to the magnitude of what the UP people did, but they would just show off. Going to the Mall of America in Minnesota, carrying Gucci bags, and then taking a picture on it.
So I think we make the point. I think we all have agreed on the share, except anyone here have some kind of exception to what we all talking about. As though minus the one name you put in there, that thing, your argument, hold water. We say thank you. It's a good side. Dr. Richardson, can you bring the next conversation, please?
You are talking about tenure positions, I think.
Thank you. The tenure position is scheduled, the ruling schedule from the Supreme Court on the 24th. I believe the 24th will be on Wednesday. I quickly want to hear from everyone. The Liberians want to hear from you. What side you on? Who win? The government or those folks? What are you hearing? Dualu, you go first. You're in Liberia right now. What are you hearing concerning the ruling that is coming up from the Supreme Court?
Stanton, nothing is taken seriously in Liberia here. Nothing. Anything that has to do with governance is not taken seriously. So I don't give too much weight to something the Supreme Court is going to say, because it means nothing. It carries no weight. There is no effect on the people's lives. Negative, it's usually the negative. There is no positive on any respect. So for me, I don't want to talk about the tenure position because it plays no role in the people's lives. Irrespective of what the Supreme Court said, it's not going to do anything of any kind. Who's going to enforce it?
Thank you. Auntie Mama, you want to go before I bring in Dr. Richard Singh? What are you hearing? Who's going to win, the government or those holding on to the position, Auntie Mama?
Well, I don't think it's about who's going to win Stanton. The point is the tenure position. The Supreme Court is going to come down with a ruling that everybody's going to accept. You cannot change it, I cannot change it. And I think that when I look at it, I think that the government will win. The government will win. If the decision comes out, the government will win, no matter how they put it.
Will you consider a win? Will you consider? Sorry, Auntie Mama, I'm sorry, but let me go to Dr. Richardson because we minute. No, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you, Auntie Mama. Dr. Richardson, will you consider a win when the government have to pay those folks that's saying that they were campaigning and they broke the code of conduct? Will you consider that a win for the government? Pay them and let them go?
No, the government does not have any money, so it's not a win if they pay them and let them go. They, if they didn't do their job, I think their progress, report should be reviewed. If they didn't do their job, why? Just because you have a tenure, that doesn't mean that you don't have to do your job. You still have to abide by the responsibilities that you are supposed to put out there. And certainly that's what I'm hearing, that many of them had tenure and they just said, I had tenure, that means that I shouldn't do my job. But I think that if they didn't do their job, they shouldn't get paid for it. And by the way, I know you don't like to deviate, but I just got a note from a legislature that said that the board chair appointed by the president is prohibited from political campaign, whether it's weekdays or not. The president, all presidential appointees, including board chairs and members appointed by the president, shouldn't be campaigning as well. They should resign political chair because being political chair is a political management.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you very much. So that is what the code of conduct. Thank you. Asif, let me come back to you on this decision that is coming up on Wednesday. It's very important because we have Emma Glasgow from Fishery. We have Edwina Zagba. Edwina Zagba, she's from LTA. She and her folks, some of her folks have abandoned her. They are negotiating. We have EPA, our Papa Wilson Tappe, our Auntie Mama best friend Wilson Tappe from EPA. We have our folks from, I'm hearing that, how you call it, a National Road Fund, saying that, listen, you'll pay my contract off. I'm willing to leave. Josita Winton says she's willing to leave. We have all these turning positions, and look at what happened to Pepsi Yeko West from NASCO. So talk to me as if they are asking for the money. They will not force their way in this government. But talk to me, who wins on Wednesday?
I really hope the government the court comes with a decision that clearly draws the line and applies the law. There were so many images of these people violating the code of conduct, and they are supposed to go with that. They do not deserve any salary to go with them. They broke their contract if they're claiming that they have some kind of contractual agreement, which I don't think they had with tenure. So they are working for the people. They violated the rules. They should not get anything. And then the government itself, President Boyka, cannot now see some of these people who are appointed officials campaigning with Yan Twine and the other guy maybe, and not take action against them for violating the same law. So, I hope there can be some consistency, because if we're going to remove these other people because they violated the law, then these people who are currently breaking the law should face the same kind of punishment as well. So hopefully there will be some consistency, and hopefully the court decision will reflect the fact that many of these people, we saw them campaigning.
You are asking for the president to remove the chairman of the National Port Authority and all the other deputy and assistant
ministers. There should be no exception to the law. it's not like he shouldn't know. He knows. Yes, he should be removed.
Thank you. Austin Fadiga.
Well, with the tenure positions, those that violated the tenure position, I think, especially from the past administration, I think the president should fire them. Those that knowingly and willfully went out to campaign during the last elections, they should all be fired. Those that were not visible, those that we cannot prove that a campaign, I don't think the president should remove them. And if they decide to remove them, they should be compensated. To our folks within the Unity Party Alliance or within the Unity Party that are currently serving, I like the guy, Reverend Luther Tappe. I do not know why you took a position. I will advise you to do one or two things. Either remain as party chairman and stay away from that position that you took. It's going to be very difficult to remain party chairman in there. And all those that are still holding party position, Amos Tue, and all the other guys that are still in party position, I think they should resign and turn the party over to people that are not in government so that they can run the affairs of the party. While we beat the CTC on, we cannot repeat that in this government. In as much as we want this government to succeed, it has to start from somewhere. We cannot say the next guy did it, so we have to do it too. I mean, as little as this may seem in Liberia, because there's not a big deal in Liberia. So sadly, I had to agree with Axel today, but it is true. These guys need to recruit themselves from politics and do the Liberian people's job. They cannot be holding on to this position. Now that it's out there,
are you asking for the resolution of those guys? Are you telling the president?
I don't think Amos Tue are going to leave the LPRC.
We didn't see Amos Tue. I'm talking about those that are on the campaign right now in Nimba County.
Those that are on the campaign is too early. This one infraction is not enough for anybody to be fired.
Oh, you're going to give them pass because it's only one thing. It was done one time.
Well, the reason why I'm saying this is this. Those that have not even had any infraction right now, all of them that are in government and still actively in the party, they need to take.
No, my question is that right? They are caught campaigning in Nimba.
I don't think they should be fired. They should not be fired. The president should let them off with a warning and make sure that it doesn't happen anymore. I don't think that it should be fired. How
many times those that were on turning position, how many times did they campaign?
This is our government.
Should they give them warning too?
This is our government. We can choose to do whatever we want to do.
All right, thank you. And break the law. That's a whatever. And break the law.
Let us use this as a teachable moment and make that sure that doesn't happen.
All right, thank you. Uncle Sam, can you comment Dr. Bropled, Abula Mambe, and Aisado? Uncle Sam?
Born and raised in Liberia, you know the country is full of hypocrites, dishonest people, people who talk on both sides of their mouth. This is just the way the country is, you know. To say that we should not penalize people who are, breaking the rules that the Unity Party campaign on so harshly, and should give people a break, should give them a warning, and should give, those kinds of things. That to me, no offense, brother, my bastard brother Fadiga, but this is pure hypocrisy. This is not adhering to any rules and regulation. This is just being political. So if you want to politicize the rule of law, you want to politicize regulation, you want to be subjective about the imposition of fines or penalties on people, you can do that. This is the country that I'm not going to be here for too long. This is what you're going to inherit. And when you're like my age, you're going to be looking about to leave and say, oh my God, nothing really changed. And you don't want that. You want to start the change today so that when you become to be my age, you can look back and say, this is what the change that we brought. Because in 2024, when we took over, we put in measures to ensure that the sins and transgressions of the past do not continue. But if you want to let things go, I mean, this is your country, and you're going to be living there longer than I will be. You can do whatever you want to do. Good luck to you guys. But as far as I'm concerned, any infraction against the law that can be proven, somebody should bear penalty. That would give us a clear signal that this is a brand new day. Other than that, we're just wasting water on dog's back. Thank you.
Yeah. A lot of people text me and say, Fadiga is okay. Yes, he's okay. He's just speaking what he believes. That's a popular.
Yeah, so Sam, you need to stop talking about this time here and I won't be here. Like you got some kind of chronological clock.
But yes, I'm 70. The chronological clock is
a young man. So that thing ain't you for the outside. So not talking about I think I will not be here, you will be here. But anyway, so I have a two-pronged approach to this. First, I want to step back and ask the why question. The lawyers will tell you that law is reason. And when the reason for a thing failed to exist, the law must also fail to exist. I keep asking myself, why did we make all these positions tenured in the first place? If you ask me, only the central bank governor should have a tenured position for fiscal and monetary stability in the economy. All these other positions do not have to be tenured. You perform well, you keep your job. New government come, they want to keep you, they keep you. They don't want to keep you to let you go. So we create a part of this power, making all these positions tenured, and we see from people's behavior, whether it's buying cars for people and stuff, that the whole tenure position didn't really produce any fruit. It's time to revisit that. But as far as the current situation with people breaking rules, they knew the rules, they broke the rules, there ought to be consequences. I am sitting waiting. I am 100% supportive of this president and his government. But I am longing for the first example that we're going to set to show that we are agents of change. It is starting to become scary because time and time again, we're just missing the opportunity. We can't rationalize and justify. We ought to jump on the opportunity. Look, you know the rule, you follow the rule. And in a culture of impunity, every time you let one small thing go, bigger things are coming because people look at that and they get emboldened and they become brazen. So I think you broke the rule, let the laws apply because the rules are on book. And these are all educated people, enlightened, who knew what the rules are. So let the rules apply and let's move forward.
Thank you. Folks, please do not forget tomorrow we're going to have the Public Work Minister, Roland Giddings. On Wednesday, we're going to have Councillor James Burdell on our show. We have a packed show this week, and we just appreciate you as you follow us. Mommy, I know you disagree, but are you calling for some punishment on those guys that are campaigning in Nimba?
I mean, I thought we were going to the Supreme Court ruling, but I can chip in on that.
Yeah, both. Everything is the same now.
Mama, can I ask one question? Still, I want to ask. Maybe Elder, you can answer either one.
Yeah, go ahead, Mommy.
The code of conduct, the last time I read it, there are some infractions, there are some violations there. Penalties are not spelled out clearly. That's one of the
That was my question.
Oh, okay. So when you read the code of conduct, the last time I read it, I think it's about a month ago, not too specific with the different specific provisions. But violations, you can see what the penalty for the violations. So it becomes difficult to even move forward, And the appointment of the ombudsman, one person was just appointed. That body should be constituted and it should be a committee that will be ready to enforce. But only one person was appointed. Are you hearing me?
You talk about Fene Kanga?
Yes, so I'm saying only one person was appointed. It hasn't been confirmed. We need to look into that direction as well. But in terms of penalty, I don't know what a penalty prescribed for them. but I think they should be penalized in accordance with the law. And the chairman of the party should resign as chairman of the party and focus on his responsibility as board chairman of the National Food Authority. The president, as that was sometimes it became difficult to even praise and celebrate presidential decisions, because if a president made a decision that we all celebrated, we said it was unprecedented, we celebrated President Bouakai. That code of conduct, the ombudsman office, all president does it because they did not want the code of conduct enforced. When President Bouakai took over, in his first address, he designated it as part of his legislative agenda. Now, the same man who say he coming to enforce code of conduct is the same man who appointed his party chairman as board chairman of the NPA, who are asking him to resign. So sometimes when people make good decisions and we as analysts want to celebrate, we're skeptical to celebrate. You say you want to enforce code of conduct. It is part of a legislative agenda. You are appointing the ombudsman to ensure people live in accordance with it. You the same man appoint your party chairman as chairman of the board of NPA. We're all asking him to resign. So it becomes confusing for us. But we'll go on their days. We'll go back and recalibrate and see how we can set high standard in our country and forget about this. You do me, I do you. You do me, I do you. And the country now moving forward. All our young colleagues in government, you don't see the mountains of opportunities if we put things right in this country. You don't see us enjoying for the next 40 years or 50 years of our life if we put things in place. You don't see us struggling if we fail to put things in place and see a repeat of the disaster we took over. You want the mindset of George Weah to come back in power. We can put things in place and prevent it, and going forward, we live a better life. I agree with Uncle Sam Jackson. Let's do it this time, do it right. Say, high standard, good people will come in government, will improve the system, and will live the rest of our life happy.
Stedo, can you give me that 15 seconds? 15 seconds. There are different standards.
I beg you, hold on. I beg you, Fadika. Let's hear from Isaac. I will come to you. I beg you. Because we were looking at the punishment here. But I'm surprised that Mame or Fadika or somebody else said they don't know what the punishment is.
Chapter 15.
Did you? But you read everything and say yes. Doing CDC time. But today you'll say I don't know. So what's going on?
15,
and then public official after due process who is found guilty of violating any provision of this section shall be immediately removed from the position or office held by him or her. And thereafter, no part of the funds appropriated by any law for such position or office shall be used to pay compensation to such person. My question to you, honorable men, those that participated and continue to participate in the campaign process in Nimba, officials of government, should President Joseph Yema Bouakai remove them? Fadiga.
You see, Stanton, part of running a campaign and winning election, it gives you certain leverage. Now, this is a violation. This is a clear violation. The president can make that decision. Since a one-time infraction is not as many as we saw in the last summit. There's no justification. The president can make that decision. I just hope that it is not repeated. That's why some of us, even those of us that supported the president, are very vocal about it because we didn't want it to happen.
What are you saying? Are you advising the president to immediately remove them? Yes or no?
I won't say that. I won't say that. I don't think that this is as grave as the other parties. Look, tenure positions. Let me just say one.
I'm not talking about tenure position.
I know there were specific provisions.
I'm not talking about tenure. I'm not talking about tenure. Let's stay with the one. Hey, no. Then let's move on. If you can't answer the one,
no. Let me answer. For me, if you want to know my personal opinion,
yes,
my personal opinion here is if you do the crime to do the time. But this is a political charge situation. This is politics. And what I'm seeing here is a group of people that went to almost irrelevant campaign in a
Thank you very
county.
much, Fadiga. Thank you.
So I think it's a
Mommy,
I would
thank
not
you,
advise
Fadiga.
to take that decision at this point.
Thank you, Mommy. You have seen the talk to us,
I
Mommy.
give them warning.
Should they be removed, Mommy?
I make no reservation to what I said. I said everybody who violates the code of conduct should be penalized in accordance with the code of conduct. The code of conduct calls for them to be removed from office. They should be removed from office because they violated the code of conduct. We came to set standards.
Yeah, no, listen, that's why I'm coming back to you guys, and I'll go back to the rest of the team after Isaac. A lot of folks, they are frowning, a lot of lawmakers are frowning and say they are looking now up to the executive to see the executive power of the president. If you allow this to slide, and you have a case ruling coming up on Wednesday, where is the justice? Where are we on this issue? So if the same code of conduct telling us say, okay, any public official after due process who is found guilty of violating any provision of this section shall be immediately removed from the position or office held by him or her. Read the rights and understand.
And the law says shall. The law says shall. It doesn't say may. It says shall.
Yeah. Yeah, shall, may, whatever proposition comes before or after. As it do talk to us.
So you see, Stanton, as we go forward, we will always make people to agree with us. Maybe after every 10 months, they will agree with us one time. We will keep on consistently with you on the path of the Liberian people. You know, we come here, people we thought, oh, they will not get a problem. But one day, they will always agree. And from now to a few months, everybody will agree with us. You know, I like my brother of Mame. If he talking, he can talk so sweet. You know, he likes to make himself feel so much happy. He said, you know, the CDC just doing the thing the layman way. I just last picking Jeff Frisky. Yeah, Jeff Frisky. They one of so far Liberia's most organized political movement, the CDC. You talk about the CDC and you talking about they can do it their way. That got some of the most educated
At least
people.
you can acknowledge something. You guys didn't.
Oh man, let me why
Let
again?
you finish. Fadiga, please. Let us finish. Go ahead, Isaac.
You know, though we don't go all around boasting about our experience and all of these things, but we are always good. So the CDC is good, my brother. We are doing a lot. I can assure you this. Today you are agreeing with me because of the work we did. While you were campaigning, we sent people there to make sure they take pictures, they do videos, so we're doing good things. But again, I wanted to end up on the turning position issue that you talked about from the Supreme Court. Now, it is my you know, I expect that the Supreme Court will hand down a ruling against the government. One, again, I don't think the Supreme Court will force the president to meeting these people. Now, it is like a contract. The way I'm looking at there is you can remove people from turning positions based on a cause, but again, when you're removing someone, it has to be dismissal, meaning that person will have to have a letter of dismissal to them. In this case, they did not have any. So I'm thinking Supreme Court will look at it differently, but very most likely, in my own view, they will say, you know what, Mr. President, you run the country. It almost like general manager, people can force someone to work with you, though they have contract, but pay the people their money, pay them off, and you can do your thing. But again, I'm sure the Supreme Court will go on the side of law and give the government another bloody nose, just like the way the asset recovery took another bloody nose. But the thing is, let me talk more good thing for UP. You know, I'm a fair person. I'm not this partisan kind of person. So let me talk small good thing about UP. You know that code of conduct thing. Let's be fair. There are places where little problem, not the issue of those violating. UP ran with it. Let them show us what they can do. One of the places I've always looked at, for me, that I got issue with, happens to be where they say you should resign 2 years before political position, before you want to run for lawmaker or any kind of thing. I know Senator DeLong once talked about trying to look at that. Those are things in my mind I think the lawmaker should look at. Because you can't deny the person serving the country for 2 years when the person should be running. But the UP went on this. I know Fadiga is speaking with authority because he's a UP man saying it is okay to break the law one time, then the second time, then the person will come or you lead them small, let them break it small. So Fadiga, thank you for telling us what UP stands for. But
wait, respond to him.
Wait, Fatiga, way back.
No,
I beg you, no. We got but at least 20, 25 more minutes. You know, when we leave from here, Madam Titi, you have to beat on us for not keeping the town struggling. So I think we are doing extremely well. Let's move to the last conversation. Dr. Richardson, that will be what?
I think public work contracts.
But you went off on us, Dr. Richardson. All right, I think
public work contracts.
Before we do public work, let's talk about the you coming back? Let's talk about the spring meeting over here. And I want to start this one with Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, a lot of folks came for the spring meeting. What are you hearing? Were there any benefit? Or was this just the introduction?
Okay, so basically, when a team is going to a spring meeting, that team should go there with some objectives, what they like to accomplish. I've been to several of those, and it's mostly about eating caviar, fancy cocktail parties, and basically people just there to talk about the good tidings of the Bretton Woods institutions. Okay, but what I do know is that the government, this present government, did not do any adequate stakeholder consultation with the Liberian Chamber of Commerce, Liberian Business Association, Fuller Business Association, the Bankers Association. None of those business support organizations that will make a good case for Liberia to get development monies. And since they left the spring meeting, I have not seen anything that they have achieved. I'm not talking about activity, okay, because the definition of work is full-time distance. What did they achieve at the spring meeting? What did they put on the table in terms of, if you characterize as inheriting a disastrous economy, then you must have certainly a plan to take to the multilaterals and say, these are the areas that what we need strong interventions. And this is the quantum of resources that we need for our short-term objectives. So I don't have any clear indication that they went there with some clear, quantifiable objectives based upon what they said was the disastrous economy, which is a lie, because I asked every one of them, in fact, people on this panel, you said, George, we have destroyed this country. Let's look at the 4 economic sectors. What did he destroy? Did he destroy the real sector when GDP went up? The monetary sector when you have low inflation? The fiscal area when you have fiscal balance? And then the external sector when exports increase and GDP increased because of gold exports. So what did George Weah destroy that you came to fix? And what message did you take to the people at the IMF and the World Bank and other people who were there? What kind of SAR meetings did you have, SAR bars? Did you even come and did you even meet American investors? Okay, who always, around the contours of the IMF and World Bank spring meeting, did you give them any kind of a credible plan? You should have had a credible plan because you ran on a mantra of change and the fact that this country was completely destroyed. That's what you said. And if this country is completely destroyed, then you should have at least a intermediate and short-term plan to present. And I haven't even heard and even announced something like as simple as an extended credit facility or giving us some special drawing rights because you're claiming that our gross reserve position is reduced. So did you present a plan? What exactly did you come to this meeting with? And what can you take back to the Liberian people as things that were accomplished at the spring meeting, or I'm hearing some people went there with their families, and I haven't confirmed that yet, but that's a rumor out there. And they took a huge delegation. Why did you spend all this quantum of money when you cannot report to us what exactly you were intended to achieve? When you didn't meet stakeholders before you went to the spring meeting, what did you discuss?
Thank you.
What angle did you take to the spring meeting? So these are questions that I have, and I hope they can answer these questions.
Thank you. Fadiga, you want to come in on the spring meeting, Fadiga?
Well, I think I know a couple of the guys that are out there. I think they will deliver. Uncle Sam, those are all speculations. Wait until those guys are back and report, and then we can be definite. But to just throw out in the windows and just your own opinion on things that are not guided by facts, I think it's wrong. The spring meeting is something that is done yearly. We are fully represented, and I trust the team that went there. When they return, I will wait. I've spoken to some of them. I won't jump ahead of them. But when they return, look, the difference between this administration and past administration, we have professionals, experienced people that have gone to represent the country. Is no longer kakistocracy that we are living under. So I will wait, and they will report back to us, and we will know. A few months from now, a few years from now, the Liberian people will start to reap the benefit from this meeting. But to just rubbish it and people that nothing happened, I think it's just a long stretch. We are just overstretching it.
Thank you very much. Wait, I beg you, wait, no, let's do this thing in order. Dr. Bopla is coming in, but somebody just forcing me to share this real quick. This is I said the picture when he was on the campaign.
Go ahead.
How little?
We feel it without water. Yeah, we feel it without water. But I just saying that's it. But Dr. Bopla, you won't come in.
Is that why you are deputy minister?
Yeah,
is that why you are deputy minister?
Yes.
Wait, anytime, I don't mind. At 20.
So let's talk about the spring meeting. I was saying, I'm not sure where you got your numbers from, though. With inflation actually went up, and dollar value went down. And export increase, I didn't see that because we still have a very lopsided trade balance. So I don't know where this number came from, but maybe you can find that soon and share with me.
I can tell you where it came from. There's the Central Bank annual report. CBL 2023 report.
I'll check that. But anyway,
but if you're going to check that, then don't challenge me.
I'm not challenging you. I'm saying I don't know.
But you're asking me where I got that from, and I just told you where I got that from.
Okay, so I'll check the source. All right.
Okay, and then also
that's okay. Don't take my time. That's okay.
The budget preface of 20.
That's okay.
No. But let me answer you.
No.
Uncle Sam, he reclaimed his time.
Not that important.
Uncle Sam, he reclaimed his time.
You're asking me a question. Let me tell you.
You told me and you answered it. That's good enough. You answered it. That's good enough. So about the spring meeting, okay, just making you better on the saying, I do agree with you. I spoke to two people, one who was there and one who was not there, but is very familiar with this. And I too was concerned when I listened to find out what the real output was. One of the things that concerned me, I continue to be concerned about this, is the lack of modesty. I think one of the places we have an opportunity to take control and distinguish ourselves totally from the past government is to be modest in the expenditure side, so that the poor people might not spend. These trips are expensive. And for those who don't know, they are immediate expense. Okay, so you get the money and you spend it. You get per dime, you get plane ticket. These are immediate expense. We should not have these big delegations. We should utilize our resources. Right here in America, where that meeting was held in Washington, there's so many qualified Liberians. You could empower them. You can send official people from the government. You send embassy staff. or you just send 1 or 2 persons from the government and team up with other Liberians here and make a good representation so that we don't strain our budget and take poor people's money for these trips. It is so very important. I have to utilize, and I will plead with the government. Public-private partnership is the way forward. Everybody don't have to work for the government, but the government has to work for everybody. There are many of us who will offer our equity, and you got to pay a pricing. But don't hesitate to reach out to Liberians. Let's be smart as we go forward so that we can preserve resources and put it into infrastructure, educational, and healthcare development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brookline. Mama, you want to go ahead? You passed, Mohammed. You're not speaking on the on the spring meeting.
No, I want to speak on it, and I was looking for a number, but let me go ahead.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you then.
Yeah, let me find a number.
Okay.
I want
yeah, we'll come back to you. Dr. Richardson, have you spoken on the spring meeting? We're not hearing you.
I have not spoken about Angie. Mama didn't speak either.
Yeah, after you, Angie Mama will go ahead, please.
You know, I have surprised that I side with Mr. Jackson. The theme of the spring meeting was vision to impact, and they had a specific session on Africa, which the title of the session was Energizing Africa. What will it take to accelerate and improve lives? Now, what Mr. Jackson said today, that he didn't see any achievements or any kind of paper that suggests that our representatives were talking on behalf of the African people. What were our vision? When we attended the spring meeting, what lives in Africa did we say that we're going to impact? He has not seen that. So it tells me that maybe we need a PR for, this particular trip for people. Maybe they can explain to Liberian people, they can have a press conference and let the Liberian people know that I don't want to jump and be too fast as he has to say they didn't do anything. I mean, even though I can see where he's coming from. The second thing is that if they're bringing family members to this meeting, as it's been implied by Mr. Jackson, and
I wasn't sure. I heard the rumor.
Implied is the word that I use, right? Okay, thank you. Yes. So as it's been implied by Mr. Jackson, I don't agree with that either. I think that this should be a sturdy measure, a position that all Liberians should take. We shouldn't be flying our families and attending these meetings with families for family events. So that's all I wanted to add to that. Thank you.
Yeah, but who would bring the entire family to the spring meeting? Who been waiting for this special moment to bring the wife, the children, or the
Those
husband?
who have the opportunity. Those who have the opportunity.
How does it work? You go to the American embassy and say, I carry my children for the spring meeting, or you apply for different passport or visa.
Or you may already have it. Your children may already have it.
Or you may already have it, but they just tag along with you. I mean, this question, but worry if you do not, and you're going to put your passport in for visa, and you put your children and your wife or your husband name down. Is that violation? Is that a problem? We consider that a problem.
What if the children and wife are American citizen?
No, we're not there as to whether they are. Then you don't need to, I'm talking about those that obtain visa for the family. Aunt Mama, can you come in? Don't go to acid, though the mommy will be last on this. But we cannot confirm whether any one of those folks brought in their family. All right, I cannot confirm. If I see something, I will say something. If I hear something, I will say something. But I cannot confirm that anyone brought in their family. My question today, and a lot of folks concerned, what's the benefit of this spring meeting that these guys came to? What was the message? What was the take back? What were the promises that were made to some of them? Auntie Mama, what are you hearing?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say something. Stanton, I know you on this show, but sometimes it makes some of us feel bad. Where we who have been with you from the onset until now, we are brought in Uncle Sam and Acido. I don't know whether it's a CDC show. Let me express my mouth. Come here, I let keep nothing on my mind. And we come, we sit there, we look at some fools who just sit there. And the show is between Sam Jackson and Asido. Sam Jackson and Asido. And the whole world can see that. There's not a CBC show. We all are here to make the difference for the Liberian people. Now, the very people who contaminated the government, contaminated the whole country, using our resources, campaigning. We sat here when they use all that money to campaign. You don't just want to show the picture, and you bring them on the show to sit there and ridicule our government, and they're talking part of nonsense and just trying to bring our government down. They're not a CDC show. We also have the time to express our mind. I put my hand up so many times. You ignore me, but you went by the asset go 5 times. You went by St. Jackson 6 times. I'm just sitting there watching. I know the show belongs to you, but it doesn't belong to you and Stanton. It belongs to the whole world. Like the way you say, the show belongs to the Liberian people. I make part of that Liberian person. Now I will deal with you today. I will deal with you and my nephew. I don't like that. Why they'll be talking all kind of time I tell you. Nobody can say anything else. It's wrong. It's wrong. We should be able. I'm here for JND government. I'm here for the Liberian people. I'm here to speak the truth also. But you cannot have access to lying on this show. Sam Jackson, once the Sam Jackson got to know that this is wrong and this is bad and this is this. Why you didn't criticize the CDC government first? Because you were enjoying for CDC government. You were campaigning with all the government money, with all the Liberian poor money. You didn't see it? Is it now that you see the right from wrong? We're not saying that what is happening is right. I will not back any government official that will go to campaign in government, in Unity Party something, or go campaign with government vehicle. I will not do that because I will not back that. I want to follow the law. But when did you put no one wrong? I said, don't say that you're digging up lies, everything that the violator in the country, violated our rights, violated the people's rights in the country. You also use our money, take everything in the country, and we can't even get it too long. I don't even have the time anymore to talk. Everybody can ask you why Stanton doesn't ask you. Why Stanton keep putting in the back? If you put him in the back, you leave me on the show and just pass over me 50 times. But I don't care. I'm not talking none of us spend meeting. That's what I want to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. I really miss you though. Seriously, you've been off the few days. We really miss you, Andrew. You always welcome back. You always welcome back. I just want to say this, Andrew Mama. This is not no one political party show. The show for Liberian people and for everyone. Andrew Mama, yeah, ain't you feeling that? Can I just say something? Andrew Mama. All right. So if we open any conversation, you'll be the first we'll go to. That I can promise you. We'll go to you first. Because sometimes you're sleepy. I don't want to disturb your sleep. Sometimes you can be sleepy. I don't want to disturb your sleep. But that's okay. How you doing? Yeah, okay. So thank you. Come on, I said though, come now.
Yeah. So you know, because of you, come all the way from Singapore every night. I said at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't care.
Thank you, Andrew Mama. I really miss you, Andrew Mama. Thank you. We're talking about Andrew Mama. We're talking. Andrew Mama, we're talking about. Thank you very much. Always good to see you. Go ahead.
So let me take my 2 minutes and just help for 10 seconds from there. Hey, Mama, we know our game. That's the reason why. The time you can always take to respond to us, we are saying different things. We are not always responding to people. We always saying we're sticking to our game. We going by the noise. So probably, you know.
This go already go for your time.
So
he's already go for your time.
But let's go ahead and let Acid talk. I beg you guys, please. Acid will finish on that.
I can talk anything in my 2 minutes. We know today I felt very bad for the Liberians to admit who stood under the rain, the sun, to ensure President Boakai came to power as a president. While they are still in the hunt for job, they are looking for job. They have not gotten anything. President Boakai appointed a Senegalese national today at different post for a new position. I hope we talk about that because it is important to me for the people who actually stood their ground to make sure President Boakai won. They have not gotten job yet, but President Boakai is now going to foreigners to appoint them. So let me go to the spring.
But Ajay Mama, we had a discussion and there will be no interruption, man. Please.
So
if you want to respond, I will come back to you. But please, I beg
we are
you.
not going to sugarcoat anything. We got intelligence that someone from Ministry of Commerce went with their family. We will still verifying that, and we'll talk about it once we get it. We're not sugarcoating anything here. So they went to the spring meeting for two things, two important things. One, for the PEDAM. Two, to see America. That's all they went for. And let me give you an idea of the PEDAM they went for. To go America or Washington, the PEDAM for Washington, according to the DOL standard, is $312. And our information now want to challenge government to be clear and very transparent and come up with the names.
Is that $312 a day or hour or what?
$312 a day US is $97 for PEDAM and $215 for hotel in Washington, D.C. And we got information that about 36 agencies send between 2 to 3 persons. That will be around the total of 102, 108 persons between them. On average, if we were to take that, the total money they will be getting for PEDAM will be $254,000. In addition to ticket, on the average of $150, it will be a total of
$254,000. You said
$254,000 US.
So I say the guys, listen. We've been doing extremely well. There will be no interruption. I'm begging you. We're almost finished with the show today. As we all agree, let's allow our panelists to discuss. We can come in and make correction, please. I say you got about 30 more seconds left, please.
Yeah, thank you. So as I was saying, there's a direct challenge to the government to be transparent in giving us the names of all those that attended the spring meeting. But again, our intelligence tells us about 36 agencies sent between 2 to 3 persons. That will be around 102, 108 persons, taking it at $312 per day for an average 8 days spending there. It will be $254,592. If you were to add their plane ticket there, we should be around 100 and something thousand. The total will come up to more than 400,000 US. That's what people spend to just go and see America, to see the light in the street.
What's the benefit of the
and
thank you very much. Again, let me just say, guys, please do not interrupt. You will have your time to respond. I want to bring in Mame. Go quick now, as you do. The time is almost
again to say this is what our country has turned into now. Things that people beat up on are now doing it more, double. 128 persons going on one meeting is crazy.
You said 128 individuals?
Well, based on our intelligence, should be around 102 to 108 if the information is correct. And now,
how many ministerial entity? How many ministers of entity or entity?
It will be around 36 based on our EP. Again, we may be wrong, but we are challenging the government to be clear.
Thank you.
And bring them.
Mame, come in. Thank you, Minister Do. Welcome to the show, Fatima. Minister Do, go ahead.
Yeah, for the spring meeting, I think the major issue there is just. Are you getting me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. For the spring meeting, I think the major thing there is just communication. Uncle Sam, the government is in the process of developing the National Development Agenda. You will not expect, like you say, what are the tangibles that they're bringing from the spring meeting? You want to be realistic with your criticism. You don't expect people to come to spring meeting and show tangibles. What we, however, expect, and I agree with Uncle Sam, is what is the publicly available agenda that our government is taking to these meetings? What are the priority? I know it is arrest, but it's broad. What are the specific issues you bring into socialize with these different development partners so that when you develop your development agenda and send it forward, it cannot appear strange to them. They might have already heard about the specifics. I know the conversations are ongoing, but people like Uncle Sam and thousands of other Liberians who don't have access to those information will question what is happening at the spring meeting. So I wanted to put that out. Conversations are going on. Discussions are happening around the president's agenda. The missing link there, I think, is the lack of communication around the agenda. I agree with the Padam issue. We have called when we were reviewing the cost of running government under the Broom Revolution and what are some of the things we could do. Padam was one of the issues. How do we manage that? Stanton, the few weeks I've been traveling around. I work for an international organization. They gave me credit card. I have a credit card. I just using myself as an example. If you don't enter into a hotel booked by the organization, you don't spend that money. You eat on credit card, on the company's credit card. You go to a hotel on the company's credit card. They don't put money in your pocket. Tonight, I will not sleep in the hotel. I can speak to my auntie. I will sleep to a house, so the company will not spend a dime because I'm not sleeping in the company's hotel. I'm not using the company's credit card. Those are some of the reforms we should institute in Liberia. When people are coming on these meetings, give them cards. If they enter in the hotel, they spend. If they don't enter in the hotel, they don't spend. But people don't do it. They take cash money, put it in their hands. They come, they sleep in the living room of other people and eat the money and go back. Some of those resources could be kept to invest in our people. Those are some of the reforms we need to institute. But to learn, Uncle Sam, you keep hammering this thing. What a bioeconomy president we are left. You keep saying this over and over. 2010 to 2018, Liberia had a total of 1.2 billion debt. That was after the United Party regime worked to waive over 4.6 billion. In less than 6 years, from 2018 to 2023, we increased our debt stock to 2.3 billion, almost doubling what we met there. What can we show for such a debt? What can we point to for such an accumulation of a debt? Besides the wealth that few individuals accumulate and we're trying to recover from them through the asset recovery. You point to GDP growth. The World Bank report you referencing on GDP growth was inaccurate.
I didn't reference World Bank. I said the central bank, and then your own preface, the preface in your budget.
Augustin, we come to you. Augustin, we come to you. We all agree not to interrupt. Let him finish. He's almost done. Please.
The preface of the budget is the budget. The people who wrote the budget did not do any survey or any study before they wrote the budget.
Also, they're wrong.
No, I can't wait for me.
Augustin, wait now. Augustin, wait. Don't interrupt now, please.
The people who wrote the budget are using available data to them, presented to them. That's what they're using. They didn't conduct any study before they wrote the budget. And they never had the time to conduct a study before they would write a budget. But let's go to the World Bank report that you're referencing.
But we shouldn't change this record, Mami. I'm begging you. We gotta hear from the others. We gotta hear from the others, Mami. We gotta hear from the others about this spring of meeting. I'm begging you.
Yeah.
Before
So we'll keep it there.
Yeah.
The World Bank, the stakeholders at the spring meeting are having consultation. Probably they just need to put out the expectation management for our people is nobody come to a spring meeting and take bank of money and carry back home. That's not how it works.
But let me say this because Fatima and Conor Gray, welcome to the show. You will continue with us where you guys met us. I will say this from where I stand. I think it is important. Every Liberian listen to this. This is the first spring meeting for this government. Though the numbers will be that high, I cannot confirm it. I will have to talk to those guys. Whether they say 100 or 200 or 300.
Lies.
Whether they say 100 or 200 or 300, I will say this. This meeting this time around was, I believe, introduction, meet and greet. Okay? Nobody coming with the portfolio of CDC-led government and say, oh, you promised CDC this amount, we're coming to collect it. Let me be frank. But I hear when you do this, but you know, Auntie Mama to be me here talking about and give all the time. Maybe it's true, but let me do some more talking too, please. But I think that it is important for us to just educate our fellow Liberians. This was just an introduction. Meet and greet. Get on the agenda. know the way forward. Like Mama said, nobody will go back home with $10 billion of agreed grant loan that will be going to Liberia. No. These guys that came to lay the groundwork, prepare the way. They came like John the Baptist, preparing the way of the Lord, preparing the way and taking message back to President Joseph Yima Boakai. When the president comes, he can meet all these different groups. And I think we should. Except anything happen that we don't know and we will know later, then we'll frown on it. But I think we should give it a chance and let us know, like we heard Roland Guinness, he's coming tomorrow. We're gonna ask him, Roland, what was your meeting about? I mean, but that we were asking. But my camera have to tell the people like Senator used to do. I don't know how much they use in the budget. I really don't know. But if the budget and those amount that folks are quoting, then we'll question it. But I don't want us to dwell on the, I hate to do this, but let me do it one last time. I met Samuel Twe, Nathaniel Fallow McGill in Washington, D.C. The hotel, those guys, I said they're gone. You know exactly what I'm about to say. The hotel those guys were in, that the book play, it was between $2,500 to $4,000 a night. I went there. Can somebody tell me that's the same hotel Roland Guinness was sleeping in? Most of them that came for spring meeting never went to Washington, D.C. They went about their own businesses. They were having their own fun. I know them. I know exactly what I'm talking about. For this one, I say I disagree with you. I think you should give the guys a chance to give a full report as to the engagement and the meetings. I don't think it's right now to criticize them. This is a new government, the first meeting ever, and we should give them a chance that we can discuss on the issue and substance. I disagree with you because we know how Samuel Twe brought everybody plus more on spring meeting. Nathaniel McGill on spring meeting. You can name them. The Safwa May Gray, the Piso City Tar, the Awenda, what you call her, Commerce Minister, all of them. Shook, Washington, D.C., New York, Minnesota. Your spring meeting is in Washington, D.C., but you find them in Minnesota and other places because they were on the spring meeting. So we shouldn't talk about it. Let's just move on. Right. Yes, sir. I want to bring in Fatima and Conagre, but you can come in real quick, sir.
Okay. So I didn't draw a footnote. So I think, look, the meeting was held. Yeah. Not going to get a bag of money. Yeah. I think what we keep missing the opportunity is to distinguish ourselves from the people before us. This is 2024. We could have stood right on the front step of the hotel and say, ladies and gentlemen, we were here from Liberia. There were 10 of us who came. We did the meet and greet. We're hopeful for the future. We'll put together some details. When we get back, we'll put to it. But we're not doing it. And that, and so in the absence of official information, speculation from men. So,
You're correct. You're correct, and that's what we should demand of them. You are quite correct, Dr. Bopler, and they didn't bring in any reporter to keep us live for what was going on. And I think we'll hold them to that. But again, I think our Liberian people tonight, they are getting something from us. And I think the program was peaceful, quiet, and very, very fruitful program. We discussed on topic. So at the last one, we're going to have Roland Guinness here tomorrow. Roland Guinness is going to be our guest tomorrow. We're talking about the Road Fund. We're talking about the public work. We're talking about what is going on in the country, the 100 days. I really want folks to join us that we can hear from Roland Guinness. On Wednesday, we'll be talking to Councillor James Verdell, because he was accused of leaking the president asset declaration. I spoke to him. He will be on the show to discuss the issue. John Murray will come once he leaves Benin. The internet is doing too bad, but he'll be joining us. Then we'll talk about the 100 days that is coming. Today is the 22nd, but next week, the 100 days will be up. I want to say thank you, everyone, for joining us. On this note, it's 11:09 in Liberia. We'll be doing our closing, but we want to hear from Fatima and Connor at Remy Gray. Fatima?
Well, thank you, CEO. Thank you to the rest of the panelists. Welcome, Angie Mama. I see for a hot minute. And to all of the viewers around the world, I just was hearing my brother Isaac Doe speaking, and I was just moved, for him to have said that um, there were 100 and maybe 102, 103 people that his intelligence, the same intelligence that told them that they won the election and they didn't. The same intelligence that told them that, George Weah was going to regain Liberia. He was going to be, his second term was going to go forth, and it didn't. I mean, these bogus intelligence, I think we should come here. This is like I say, it's a major network where people, all of Liberians and most of our foreign partners, come here to get the news direct from us. I want you to come here with research, with proof, not to say they say, them say, because if we're going back into history, okay, we will understand that most things that come from your intelligence was unintelligent. They will come and give us fake news, and those fake news were the one that turned our country upside down. I went to New York when your president came once for a UN meeting. And I'm not kidding. He brought over 120 or 130 people into that UN meeting. So for you to even be speaking in this, early days and talking about accountability, I don't think you guys should be very quiet like little mouses, and don't speak.
Thank you.
You guys did not do anything when it came to that. I just have one more line. You gave everybody more than 2 minutes, CEO. I was listening, and then I wanted to just address Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, real quick, just 1 minute. I'm going to tell you. I know you are this great economist, and you know about the economy, and you know about everything that's going on. But I think you guys have served Liberia and filter many times. From 1977 or 78, when you started, Liberia remains the same. That means that you guys are all field politicians. I don't think you should be speaking. You should be absolutely quiet. Mute, like the mute button. Thank you. Now I'll be coming to close.
Okay, Fatima, thank you very much. Conor Gray, you want to speak, please?
Yeah. Hope you're not going to rush me when I start talking about Isaac Doe speaking. I can barely understand what he says.
Conor Gray, nobody rush anybody here. We are yet looking at the time, okay?
Yeah. The problem with people like Isaac,
you can be talking a segment.
I say we're not going to do this, but let one person speak.
The problem with Isaac Doe, when he speaks, I can barely get him. Maybe he needs to go back to grade school and learn how to actually be audible enough.
We're not going to be personal here, my Conor Gray. Let's get on the issue, please. Don't start a conversation like this. We've been doing good. Don't attack Isaac Doe as a parent. We have the discussion in the back. You come on and you want to start voting over again.
Because
let's discuss the issue.
And you don't correct the issue.
Conor Gray, let's discuss the issue. I beg you, please.
Yeah,
leave
but you attack the issue. I mean,
leave Isaac Doe alone. Let's discuss the issue, brother, please.
With regards to the IMF and World Bank plenary meeting, it's a plenary meeting. What agenda you want people to come up with? It's a summit among governors and ministers of finance. You understand? To come and lay the agenda in partnership with the IMF and the World Bank, what they hope to accomplish globally. Liberia will send as much delegation that will serve as advisors to our Minister of Finance and probably the governor. And this is a plenary session. My brother, the United Nations will go there. There's a plenary session there, right? They don't hope to accomplish what is discussed on the plenary level. When it goes to the second level, which is where policy are actually attacked, then you begin to ask for short, medium, and long-term discussion. But you have to firstly listen to what the World Bank and the IMF hope to accomplish globally. You understand? And see how your own endeavors tie into those initiatives before you start talking about what they're here to present. But that's not the point. The point is, I wonder where was some of this individual when Eugene Nangbe was chairman of a political party and minister and probably director of whatever organization he was, a commissioner of maritime or whatever. Where were they when he was making some of those statements? Now, if you want to come and say, he who comes to the table demanding equity should be fair and balanced. If you want to demand that today those expectations laid down in the code of conduct must be strictly adhered to, you should have come to this table with some equity. Don't come and be talking tabata when you think that those things were not important yesterday, but today they're important. That's the politics we're talking about. That's the sole loser mentality that we continue to push here. And it's going to be the order of the day, because now it's beginning to dawn to them that they are no longer in power. So they're angry. And this is going to go to another level. Some people will take their pants out in the street in anger, in anguish, in demonstration of how very vexed and very disturbed they are. But you know what? They are no longer in power. They will not come there anymore. That will be a dream in some of their sleeps. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. Folks, we want this thing down. Everybody have the chance to speak. We're going to be doing our closing. On a very serious note, we cannot move from here past 11:30. I think Madam Titi Kana, the CEO, have another program. We'll try our best to present nothing but the best, avoid personal attack, and discuss the issue at hand. Today we discuss the 10-year Supreme Court ruling that is expected to come on Wednesday. We discuss the NEMA election. We discuss the spring meeting yet in Washington, D.C. We discussed what the next thing we talk about, Dr. Richardson.
The Supreme Court.
The code of conduct and everything. We want to say, whatever you find yourself today, those are our topics for today. Now, tomorrow will be very interesting. We got Roland Giddings. Trust me, we got a lot to discuss with Brother Roll. Roll working on 22 million United States dollars, giving contracts to those construction companies. We want to say, please join us tomorrow. Let's dig deeper. Let's discuss the issue. Roland will tell it all. Honor his ministry with the precedent agenda of the 100 days come to pass. And I also want to say this before I give it over to the rest of the guys today. If you follow the show, Mo Ali and his guys were jumping up and down, knocking down people's doors, telling them you got to pay your water or your cereal bill, or else they're going to shut you down. We have video coming up. We're going to share it, and I think they were all over today. Again, Prince Johnson put a statement up. Please go on Prince Johnson page. He wishing everyone, Senator Prince Johnson say, everyone from Nimba, he begging you, the election should be peaceful tomorrow. Given the chance, I will put it up and we'll read it, but he's encouraging every Nimbadians, and I think that's a good message from the senator. Put everything else aside. It is over now. It's just for you to go vote. You either vote for Koga or you vote for Yan Twine. Either or, Nema wins. No violence tomorrow, no disruption, no fighting. We need peace. We use this time to encourage everyone in Nema and Grand Jita. Please, we need peace. Go and vote peacefully. Forget the problem. Liberia is all we have. Please, non-violent voting. Please go there and do your thing. Wait for the result and everybody sit down. Any other thing, wait for 2029. We're backing you. If you disagree, wait for 2029. But for now and today, as you get ready to go vote, please, 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 do it for Liberia. Vote peacefully. And that's the message from Spawn Network. Dr. Richardson, let's do our closing. Is there any other thing you want to bring forth?
So, few points on my closing here. I agree with Prince.
I'm sorry. Saying that you are not seeing some of us because we are getting on schedule, folks. Most of us will be doing the 3 days or the 4 days. All right. We will not be here all the time. We'll do the 3 days or the 4 days because we are too many. Please, please, please. Sometimes you'll see a group of 3, group of 4, group of 6. We'll sit back and we'll watch the show because we want to give you nothing but the best. So hope you understand. We are rotating. We'll be here on schedule. Some people will come 6 o'clock. Some people will come 5 o'clock. Some people will get out. Please get used to it because we try to be like CNN. Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson, Aunt Jemima, Alpha Dika, Uncle Sam Jackson, Dr. Bropley, Asido, Fatima, Mame, and Colonel El Remigre will take us home.
Yeah, very rarely do I agree with Prince Johnson, but on this note that he said he wanted a peaceful elections in Nimba, I agree with him. I think Nimba should be paramount to everyone's concern right now. It shouldn't be about who's ruling Nimba, who's the godfather of Nimba, but it should be about the Nimba people. The tenure, it's a price to pay for tenure. You can't just say just because I'm tenure, I'm not going to work. I would just sit here and collect my salary. I think the court should take into consideration how impactful have these tenure professionals been in their position. What have they done? That should be part of the lawsuit. You can't just say I want my tenure just because there's a title that says you're tenured. Sometimes when I hear some people talk on the show, I wonder if they're doing tit for tat. If we are here to do tit for tat, we are not speaking for the Liberian people, nor are we speaking for Liberia. Your paramount concern should be about Liberia. It shouldn't be just because Boakai did this, he should have done better than we are, or just because we are did this, that means that he's better than Boakai. No, the government is fluid. Government works in a way where there will be mistakes. It won't be perfect. So when we come to this show, let's put Liberia first. Let's take with the facts instead of just making all of these entitlement statements. The attendance of the spring meeting, I agree with everybody here. I think they should have a PR by now. I think the PR is delayed. They had to talk about the vision that will impact the next generation. They had to talk about how to impact the lives of people in Africa. That should have been spoken about. At least we should know about that since they're spending public money. And on that note, I would say, this was an excellent show. It was great having everybody here. I learned a lot about Liberia.
Who next?
It's you, Auntie Mama. Somebody, can we mute somebody? Something is playing. Uncle Sam, can you mute? No. Somebody is talking from the back. Auntie Mama, it's you. Go ahead, Auntie Mama.
Okay, I'd like to speak to the Nimba people tonight. I want the Nimbanians to go to the polls to vote for the person they desire. I know you still respect your godfather, Prince Johnson, and I know that he wants peace in Nimba. So go and vote for the person of your choice. We all no problem. And I know Nimbanians are peaceful people. Now, when it comes to the tenure position, actually, if you disobey the law, you must be persecuted. Simple. So if you win, you know that you're in the tenure position, and you wore CDC t-shirts, we got all the photos. I started posting some of them on the internet. So you have to bear the full weight of the law.
Andrew Mama, sorry, Andrew Mama. Who's in the studio with you?
Magic.
Can you tell him to turn off what he's listening to, please? Yes, it's interrupting the show.
So you must be able to bear the full weight of the law. Tenure position, you can be removed by using government card. You can be removed by wearing party t-shirt, party hat, and all of them on the internet. So we're going to be looking at the Supreme Court to bring down the judgment. And I trust that it will bring down the right judgment. And when it comes to the spring meeting, what the other people have to say? What they got to say? Nothing. When they went to spring meeting here, they carried some 150, 130 persons and see the plush hotels that they were lodging in. See the money they carried. And the thing that making me upset, I'm not saying that, well, what did they wrong? We should do it. No, that's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that you have no moral right. You have no right to sit down and tell us what to do as a government. No. You destroy this country. You spend our money. You use our resources. You did everything that were against human will. And today, who are you to tell her what to do. And if you knew better and you are part of CDC, then you should have advised them then. They were going to follow the right channels and they know the law now. I'm sure they knew it before. They were going to follow the right channel, and then maybe they're still going to be in power today. It would have been a hard time to even win the election. But is it today that you know that they got lost, they got this, and the spring meeting, the money is this, is that? You carry thousands of dollars from here. You get it from you sell it in Dubai. You just calling for money when you went to a football game. You just calling for money. What you didn't do here? We not saying we want to do the same wrong thing, but you are not fit to tell us which road to pass or what to do. No. Let me leave that one. What the next one say again? 10 new positions.
Thank you. The 2 minutes though. Let's look at the 2 minutes, please.
What is the subject? You say spring meeting, 10 new position. What?
Spring meeting. You've already talked about NIMBA. You talk about the tenure. You talk about spring meeting,
so
and you talk. It's time to go home.
Okay, so
hey, that's what you say.
I'm going home, but I want to advise my brother. He said we're talking behind closed door. These two people sent them. They get all hell in the country. They are not allowed to have more minutes. Just on the mentor for 55 minutes. They were in the comment. People keeping the time.
Somebody talk 55 minutes. So when somebody would talk 55 minutes. 1 minute for it to be 1 hour. The person alone talk about 55 minutes, Auntie Mama.
Yes. Because when you get in 3, 4, 5 times, we add it all be 55 minutes.
55 minutes.
Now one time
all the interruption.
Auntie Mama, I really love you seriously. You're my auntie. I really love. But Auntie Mama, call me seriously. We're trying to discuss something. Okay, call me, Mama.
I will stay about 1 year. What did people say?
Okay, Auntie Mama. Okay, thank you.
I'll
say.
Answer
them. Andy Mama on fire. Stanton, the reason, let's start with the tenure position, and I agree with Angie Mama. The reason why we have tenure position is tenure was brought in place for a reason. It's there to protect public officials from undue political influence because we want them to maintain their independence. People just don't give people tenure because they wanted to have them. Tenure was brought there for a reason. That is why I frown on those in tenure position getting actively in politics. And those that violate it, I think they need to leave. But for Isaac though to sit here and lecture us about moral and people going to spring meeting when we have a president that mismanaged, abused public funds, left the country for 48 days to watch football and go on vain trips, flew private jet that he didn't, for through all his something. He did a lot of things. They went, they slept in the water of Astoria in New York. Do you know how much that is? The guy had no chill when it came to spending government money. And then you want to talk about people going to New York. You lie. People are saying people. This is not a show that people come here to spread fallacy or they are thinking. This is a reputable show that have international listeners. A lot of our international partners come here. If you do not have your facts straight, if you cannot give specific, don't come here. Because we live in an era where one misinformation get out there in the public, it becomes debatable. Everybody choose sides. It's easy for people to say, in an era of fake news. That is fake news. You cannot come here, I'm hearing this and this person, call name, call something. Nobody went down there with a family. You know it, but why you want to? That is not politics. And that's been very hateful. Come here with facts. We talk about the spring meeting. People went to the spring. You don't have the fact. Oh, we hearing 100 and something. You gave a budget that is not grounded in one fact. Show me one piece of evidence about your budget. You 400,000. So you can just manufacture numbers. You are entitled to your opinion, but you cannot manufacture your own facts on this show. Instead, if Isaac coming out with those information, I think we need to check him. We need to make sure that we check those things because people are listening. People in the villages are listening to all and relying on the information. Isaac cannot come here and manufacture facts. We cannot do that. And then some people say, oh, why is something? Look, you cannot compare a government that came to power and started violating on day one, violated for the last 6 years, and you want me to tell my president to fire a few individual that may have made some mistake? Look, let me tell you something. I didn't come here to say that we came here, everything is all rosy and something. If I was advising the president, I would say give those people warning, those ministers warning, and then make sure use it as a teachable moment. You cannot compare the same thing to people that were in tenure position and people that were on campaign trail and actively under the psychometry every week, every day, every other something, either in the church or at the party headquarters. That's not the same. Part of winning your campaign, part of being part of a political institution is that it gave you leverage, it gave you a certain power. And the last time I checked, we won this election. You will not dictate to us who we fire, who we keep. Mr. President, no, I'm telling you, those people should be fired. I think they should be warned. And I'm telling you, if you are in government and you are a presidential appointee, stay away from politics. We just 100 days. Do not want this to be repeated. But don't get lecture here about moral.
You think I'll say, and I pray, and I pray to God, that you get your job real quick. I'll say, Samuel Jackson.
Okay. First of all, I mean, I don't attack individuals. I think it's much too petty. It's banal. It's beneath my dignity, and it does everything to undermine the credentials I have acquired. You know, it does just mean, you know. So it's like, look, but let's just deal with reality. Liberia is a much better country today since 1980. Much better country. Life expectancy. If you look at the literacy rate, 18 to 24. If you look at the gender parity, you look at the participation of females in government. If you look at diversity, if you look at the terms of the economic parity, in terms of, you know, how we are, where the income curve looks like, it doesn't look like a bell-shaped curve. You still have a lot of poor people, but you have a lot of equality today. And I was part of that process. And you always excoriate me, but you forget somebody who was there longer than I, Joseph N. Boycott. Joseph N. Boycott was there for 60 years. For 60 solid years, he was there. And he served in a very high position in 12 years of post-war reconstruction. A lot of the problems that we are discussing today emanate from the lack of a credible plan to level the playing field and to improve social economic conditions in Liberia in post-war reconstruction. And Joseph Boycott was there for 2/3 of those years. 2/3 of those years. But when you come to attack me, that Sam Jackson, they didn't do anything, but you never mentioned Joseph Boycott. And Joseph Boycott was there. He was with Dole. He wore an army uniform. He was with Sawyer with the interim government. And he was vice president. President of the Senate or whatever for 12 years. If he bears no responsibility, why should I bear responsibility when I spent only 3.5 years of my 50 years of working experience? It's unfair. If you want to discuss matters, let's discuss matters without the ad hominem attacks. Let's discuss matters as citizens. I don't lose my rights, my constitutional rights as a citizen, because I supported a government under George Weah. NG Mama, you supported George Weah. You brought him to power. You were a senior official of that government. I wasn't. You can't accuse me of things of bringing George Weah to power and supporting George Weah. I met you several times in Liberia when you were a member of that government. So what responsibility do I bear? You bear greater responsibility. If there were transgressions and they were egregious, you bear greater responsibility because I was not part of that government. I wasn't a part of that government. So you can't come on this program to excoriate me if we want to discuss the issues, I'm willing. And lastly, to my friend Mame and Dr. Bropley, the National Authority for GDP Growth for Liberia is the central bank and the Ministry of Finance and Development. That's a national authority. National income accounting, it should be done by LISGIS. When I present statistics here, I do it because of my training. I don't take things off the air. When I say there was growth rate, you're discounting the fact that the growth rate in the preface of the 2024 budget of your government was wrong, and you blaming me? You blaming me? I didn't write that. It's your government that wrote that with the signature of the Minister of Finance and Development Planning under there. If you have an issue with the growth rate and you say it's wrong, go to Boma Kamara. You have his number. But don't come to me and make me feel responsible like I wrote your budget. I would never write such a flimsy budget. I would never be part of a budget that is not ambitious, does not solve the problems, it's not aligned to the SDGs. I would never be a part of that. So you want to come and attack me? Come with cannons. Come with bazookas. Don't come with a pen knife. Because what? I'm how do you call it in yourself? I'm a python. And a python is not a pet. I'm an intellectual python. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless Liberia.
That's a problem.
I don't have a pen knife. I don't have any kind of knife, but I have facts. So let's go to the facts. Because actually, you refer to the central bank report. I'm going to read verbatim from the central bank report. This is what it said. It says growth was moderated to 4.6% in 2023. However, growth is expected to grow by 5.3% in 2024. Remember, I only raised issue on two things.
So what? Okay? So what are you trying to say?
Slow down. I did not interrupt you. You are not going to. You are not going to do that to me.
Okay, go ahead.
All.
Okay.
You will not do that.
Okay.
The second issue I raised was inflation. I want to read verbatim. I'm on page 6. Inflation on average rose to 10.1% in 2023 from 7.6% in 2022. I'm reading from the report that you referenced. This particular thing, and this proving what you said, it's of no real value, but this is a real show we're trying to inform and educate the public through production. Inflation is a very significant macro indicator because inflation affects dollar value and purchasing power, and it went up, and it's right here in the report. But let me read something else. Just right down here real quick. It says, that, where is it? Okay, yeah, this is important. Net inflows from secondary income, including remittances, increased by 22.9% to US $730.9 million. Now, this has nothing to do with Uncle Sam, but I wanted to plug this in because it's important for Liberians, especially diaspora Liberians. You are a big part of that number, so you have real power. And I'm encouraging all of my diaspora Liberian friends to lean in and let's help make this government work. Because if Joe Burkhardt succeeds, Liberia succeeds. If he fails, we all fail. And failure will affect green, blue, multicolor, and no color. So we all need to lean in and help. And your dollar can make a difference, but also your expertise. Because there's real power when you look at remittances, $730.9 million. I do want to say this in closing. I respect everybody's right.
You did not disprove anything. So let's just be very clear. You didn't disprove anything.
I did. I said inflation went up.
So Uncle Sam, I really don't like to block you, but I'm begging you, you gotta wait.
I said inflation went up. You said it went down.
Yeah, Uncle Sam.
It moderated.
Uncle Sam, Uncle Sam, wait. Uncle Sam,
Okay,
wait.
no worries.
That's a booklet finish.
Yes.
That's a booklet. Can you finish?
agree with the
Please?
booklet.
Uncle Sam, wait. Uncle Sam, wait. That's a booklet. Can you finish, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. All right. So what I do
You agree
want to
with
say,
bro.
He's doing it again.
what I do want to say is this, right? It is healthy. It is healthy to disagree as long as we're not disrespectful in our disagreement. And the truth be told, those who were with the Weah government, I think George Weah was a real failure as a president. That said, and I've said that based on results, okay? But every Liberian, including our good friends Isaac Gill and Sam Jackson, have an absolute right to point out the wrong in this government. That's why you get elected. So I think we should stop saying, well, y'all did that. Well, that's why we got elected, right? Y'all did that, so now we ought to do better. And the truth is, we ought to hold our government to the fire now and strip to the end of the term, because then they will perform better. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you very much, Dr. Copeland. We'll try. We're getting there. It will be better. Let me hold you off as you do. Let me allow Fatima to speak, because I don't want you speaking then. Okay, Fatima, you go ahead, please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to allow me to close. Now, I'd like to close on the topics that I was listening in while I was driving home. On the NIMBA issue, I would like to say that I'm grateful to all of the Nimbaians that will go to the polls tomorrow to vote their conscience and vote the leader of their choice. I'm a good predictor and I know who's going to win, but I'm going to keep it to myself.
Then you're not a good predictor. If you show up your prediction, if you show up your prediction, you will say it tonight.
Sam Coker is going to win. But that's another thing. All right. So for the spring meeting, I'm going to tell you guys here that I think for every government official that came here to the spring meeting, I'm sure that we will demand some kind of report from them. And of course, they will explain to the Liberian people what they achieved from this meeting. But it's a meet and greet. It's a new government. They came over here. And I like I said in my opening, I don't think my brother Isaac, no disrespect or none. Granted or not given, I don't think you guys should be here worthy of speaking of people traveling in bulk and using Liberian people's money. Y'all went for 45 days to watch soccer games on the backs of the Liberian taxpayer. So you should be very quiet about that. With regards to tenure positions, I think it is the prerogative of the government to use their discretion. Now that they are in court, we can wait for the court. If they want to maintain people, they should. If they want to let people go and pay them, they should. And those who were, gallivanting and parading themselves all on social media, hailing to the king, although Liberia is not a monarch nation, hailing to King Charles, King Mane, they should be let go if that's the choice of the president, and it will support, and everybody serves at the will and pleasure of the president. He has that right to do so. But there is one distinction that I would like to make in my closing. I just heard my Uncle Sam was talking about Angie Mama was part of the George Weah government, and she stood there. She did this and she did that, and she was part of it. And I do agree. But the difference between you and Angie Mama is she stands on national TV and accepts her wrong. That, you know what? I was in the government failed the Liberian people, the government did A, B, and C, and it shouldn't be. But although you wrote, numerous papers for $25,000, you are yet to say in public that you do denounce that government and you do know that that government failed. Although in quiet statute, you are saying to the likes of me, like even you don't like what the government did. You are not for that government, and in so doing, whatever comes out of it should come out because they failed the Liberian people. But you publicly, for whatever reason, come here and tell the Liberian people George Weah did good, George Weah did bad. I just want to know the Liberian people to be aware. It's a new government. It's a new day. Joseph Boakai ran on accountability. We will hold him accountable. We've seen slow but steady changes. All right, and if Liberia, if Joseph Boakai feels like Dr. Bopler feels, Liberia feels. If Joseph Boakai does well, all Liberians do well. Some of us who are interested in our nation and we want to go back one day, we are looking forward to our president succeeding, and we'll make sure, like the diaspora Liberians, we are, major contributors to that economy. We will come together, we'll work hard and ensure that Liberia rises again. No amount of talking points. You can come here and speak your talking points 24/7, 365. Liberians are, right now, their minds are open. They know the truth from the fallacy, and they will not follow nobody. And I pray, and they know that Georgia will never regain power in Liberia. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you to everyone, the viewers, the panelists. Liberia wins if we decide to do the right thing. Liberia.
Thank you.
Liberia. Thank
you
you
very much, Fatima. Conagre. Conagre.
So why are you giving me time over Isaac Doe?
Conagre, can you go ahead, please? We still got one more person. We got Mambe who will be coming on live.
Okay, good. I think if we don't be careful, we'll degenerate this beautiful platform into one of resurrecting George Weah dead political ambition. And if that is the direction of this platform, I beg to recuse myself. Because
you can recuse yourself now, because I don't think what you're saying is any logic in it.
Okay. The reason I say this is because if the audience can take note that some folks propagating Mr. Weir's political ambition speak over 55 plus minutes in minor interruption, infusion here and there. I think it is true because our observers are they're very acute on the issue. But let me say this. Today I saw a post, people running around with Ambassador Boakai appointing some Senegalese guy. Let's say maybe it's not true, or let's say maybe it's true. Then I go there and see the caliber of individual making those premises. Then I wonder where were they when Usman Bamba was all over the place duping people as special advisor on business to Mr. Weir. Where were they? Where were they when Wamudiki almost became commissioner of NEC? Where were they? So these kinds of things can really, really be vexing. When the messenger of this so-called purported messages are themselves the Saul that destroy the very religion that we uphold today called Christianity. So we have to be able to step up. If not, people will take advantage of the moment to sell, their own whatever ambition they have. But let me say this. If Luther Tape, as chairman of his political party, is serving in dual capacity, then the rules must be clear as to what he should do and should not do if he's chair of the board of the National Port Authority. I think those rules, the ombudsman will be able to throw light on them clearly, so we know exactly what can be done and what cannot be done. But if somebody is serving in dual capacity, I think the law provides that uninterference of one function or the other. We have to be able to determine where Luther went wrong, and if you ask me, if that is spelled out in our code of conduct, then he violates that. It should not be allowed to serve in dual capacity. Let him go on one. And let me end there to say, look, the true mark of an educated person is to have emotional intelligence. You look at the issue, even if it's piercing your heart, you stand strong and allow somebody to make their point. If you don't have that emotional quotient to be able to sit quietly and let somebody lampoon you, then you're not educated. I can challenge Mr. Samuel Jackson to show me his education as long as he does not have the ability to sustain that anxiety, that issue that can pierce him, and he wants to come so bad at someone at Python. Look, Python can lay down still until you step on the tail too. Well, I don't think anyone steps on your tail. Every discussion that comes out, you want to be right, and it's simply an opinion platform. You're not right, you're not wrong, just as the other individual. So sometimes suppress that emotion. Say you can be the eldest person on this platform that everybody should look up to for good behavior. If you ask me, you have not done well in that area.
In a different life, it would never happen here.
I'm the same way. Thank you. Are you done, Conor Gray?
I will never change.
Thank you. Uncle Sam, please don't interrupt. Conor Gray. Let me just before Mame, Uncle Sam, please don't interrupt. Uncle Sam, you the 70-year-old man.
No, but it doesn't matter. But you can't.
No, it does matter because you gotta wait. You have your time to speak. You cannot interrupt. We set it in the back. You will wait. When we all finish, you can come in and speak. But to change Uncle Sam, don't interrupt. It's I'm getting tired because there's a reason why I call you Uncle Sam, because I know when I say you will listen, Uncle Sam, please, you will have your time to speak. Let me say this, Conor Gray.
The man spoke already.
No, I want to say something to Conor Gray. Mama, you coming in. God gave us the time for us to do this platform. I woke up one morning not knowing what to do, and this platform came to me. It's for the Liberian people. The day any one of us die, we should leave. Okay, but to say because this person from CDC and Unity Party and ANC and they're yet to talk, then what tell them said, don't talk. You got no more right to talk. I will go back to where Councillor Paco said, it's pedestrian. We all should be able to talk, whether we like it or not. We all should be able to direct our focus. And if there's anybody tired, they can leave. But the Liberian people will remain. This will not devalue the platform. No, it will not. This will not devalue this network. God forbid. So I say this to everyone. I said, do yet to stay. Even Joel won't come. He will come on the show. Even Akash won't come. He will come. We had a show from Unity Party. It went to CDC. It went to ANC. It went to CPP. It has traveled all over. We're here again. We'll march to 2029 by God's grace. If all sedition want to come, let them come. It's not for Unity Party. It's not for CDC. It's not for CPP. It's for the Liberian people till we can grab this. Till we can understand this.
Yeah, but don't make,
we know how to speak. There'll be no way for us to sit down and say one person talk for 55 minutes. That's not true. Okay? The only thing you see Fadiga doing here tonight, I will say this, is because Fadiga stayed pitching. He stayed trying. So now he get on a late thing, he will go. And he will say the ombudsman said, I'm not talk. So you consider Fadiga. We that don't want any job here, we come here every day to fight for the Liberian people. This is for the Liberian people. So I beg you all, let's say the person shouldn't talk, that person shouldn't talk. Everybody must talk. If I said don't lie, we should come and correct I said do. The Fadiga said. Unity Party can come and make the case. Somebody should come into tomorrow and say, I said don't lie. We don't have 128 people in America.
Well, I just said it to the main lie.
But that's what I'm saying. So, but we cannot stop it. We cannot stop Uncle Sam. We cannot stop Auntie Mama. Auntie Mama be on the show. She be sleeping. I don't go to her because she's tired. You know that the Brooklyn texted me and said, well, Auntie Mama sleeping. And so we just love.
I can't be sleeping. I don't be sleeping. My eyes. You see my eyes are very small. So I don't be sleeping.
Okay. Mama can't do your closing. One thing I learned tonight, everybody know that we had a quiet show.
I said don't close first, my man.
I said don't close. But one thing I like tonight, everybody enjoy the show because Glenny not here. Y'all please take Glenny. whenever she can, she will spoil the show. Thank God she's not here tonight. You know, so I just decided to say that.
That's true. That's true.
Right. So enter the mama.
Interrupting the show today. The women are not interrupting.
You can see the reason why it is always as if our Uncle Sam and myself take the show, because we focus on what matters to the Liberian people. You see everybody, I said though, Sam Jackson, I said though. I don't care about that. You can come and in 1 billion times, don't shake me. But if the issue, like me, I'm coming to stick to my issue now. I don't care about what everybody say. You like you cost me, you like you say anything in your business. I'm talking my own. And then the brother can say he will correct me. When God gave you that power to be the correction fluid to correct people, bring record of evidence and you come and correct me. So let me go to what matters. This is very personal to me because as I go through Facebook, I see a lot of folks from the Unity Party who, you know, I know exactly what they did during the campaign. They couldn't sleep. This is the reward for politics is not in heaven, it's on earth. I mean, I'm not talking about people just talk, but people who really know the side of politics is on earth. So if people campaign in the sun, in the rain, in the night, every day, at the end of the day, you should put their interest first. President, we are appointing a Senegalese national today, very low-level soccer star, over all of the athletes here in Liberia. To me, was very insulting. You got a lot of people here who play soccer at an advanced level than Alio Kebe, who he should have reached out to, who are Liberians. And you have rescue team people who have not even gotten anything to do yet. Now, this man will be making about $7,000, nothing less than that. That will be more than 500 in 6 years. That could have paid more than 3,000 civil servants that are being dismissed every day. You could have even brought in some of these rescue children who fought. If you think I'm playing politics, leave the children out. Be appointing your advisors from all over. The next one you go for the people from Gambia. Bring the people from Tunisia, appoint everybody in Liberia. And leave all of the children that suffer for you, leave them, let them be all around. Don't even know where to turn, where to even get $5 there. Hold on, let me end this one turn. So it is bad.
Keep your advice. Your
time finished.
I've got disappointed for them. This is not what the rescue should be doing to them. We need to look at it. This is very disingenuous. And I won't go to another thing here.
So when I sit here and then they will let you off for 5 minutes.
No, guys, don't do this, man. Let Acid do it close. No, you don't do that. Let Acid do it.
Hassan, let me talk, Hassan.
Let me talk about baking your man. I'm baking your man. Why don't you, mama, please let him talk.
Today we saw the Liberian National Police under the leadership of President Vaikai justifying the killing of more than 4 Liberians in Sinje. I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought it was some fake news. To see police that should be protecting life and property, justifying the killings of Liberians. I thought it was, I can't comprehend this. This is not the rest of the country that anybody looked at. Not at all. You say it was justified to use force when not a single policeman here even got small cop, but you kill 4 people and you justifying that is bad. The guys today went on the street to tell the government that they voted for this government. They are also paying tax as anybody through the fuel that they purchased. So they defy the government and say they will go through it. And I know Nimba County, your senator said it. You know your godfather. You know which side your godfather on. I can't tell you, but father your godfather always. He stands for you. Or IMF meeting does not have no meet and greet. IMF don't run your country for meet and greet. Sierra Leone will be getting more extended credit facility onto what they've already done because of the spring meeting here. And let me end up by saying, President Weah, thank you. I will always be one of the proudest sons for you because of what you've done for this country. Today, I saw the boss from Ministry of Information from Minka taking some guests at the PHP Park. introducing the park to them as a phenomenal thing, a fun place. I couldn't believe that. I said, these people said the park was nothing. They said it was nothing, but they're the people that enjoy it today. President, we are thank you, Papa. You are my leader. I will always be there for you. I will be on the show. No. I have someone wanting to end. Please, the voter. And lastly, this is a very good opportunity that I came to know of. I thought I need to tell a lot of folks. I believe in leaders with impact, real impact in the people. I know Sir Joseph is one of those people. Actually, there is a college, Duke College somewhere in Ghanansville, and another one, Moserado College. I went there, listened to places of beautiful buildings, so cool. People want to take advantage of opportunities. This man is always impacting people to ensure Liberians can get the skills they need to actually succeed in life.
Thank you.
Out college in Ghana.
You're running a promo for them. You know that we can't do this on the show. If Duco Palace College want to run the promo, they will go to the network. Again, you just broke the code of conduct on the show. Please, let's adjust. Mama, please take us home.
I will take the team home for correction. Just to put the fact out there. I said, do some of these things you can't learn on the show. You have to learn before you get on the show. Otherwise, you will be sitting on the show and people just sending things to you and you just reading it. And you're damaging yourself. Sierra Leone is not receiving money because of spring meeting. Sierra Leone credit facility is ready for review. The IMF visited Sierra Leone, and when the mission returned from Sierra Leone, the mission issued a statement. The caption of the statement is, IMF staff concludes mission to Sierra Leone. It is not as a result of having meeting to spring meeting. The team went to Sierra Leone. They met the Sierra Leonean government. They agreed on things to do to extend their credit facility. The team returned to the US and released a statement. And the statement says, the team concludes mission to Sierra Leone. To not read that, or to not read and understand that, and come on the show and say, oh, because of spring meeting now for me and greet, because of spring meeting, Sierra Leone will be receiving money. It's not fair to yourself before I even talk about the people who listening. IMF staff concludes mission to Sierra Leone. Usually, these people go to these countries, they have discussion, they agree, they come back, and they issue the statement. The statement says, end of mission press statement. In the development field, when we say mission, we talk about your activities to the country out of the home office. So that what happened in Sierra Leone. The next spring meeting discussion. But the government will issue statement on what happened to the spring meeting. I know for a fact that discussions are ongoing. What we can tell our people is not to make them to feel like coming to spring meeting when your ministers are going back, they will have money in the bags to go and devour. It's an opportunity to popularize your agenda. It's an opportunity in development. They say presence is important. What we criticize, what we call for over time, is how do we review our travel per down policies and regulations such that money we spend on these travel are really intended for the travel. We've given an example here. We travel all around. Companies we work with give us credit card. They tell you when you're in Washington, D.C., because of the cost, you can spend up to $100 a day to eat. And when you eat, you swap the card. If you don't eat, the company will not pay. They give you card to pay for hotel. If you're not sleeping in a hotel, the company will not pay. What is difficult for our country to do that? What is difficult to do that? It's not difficult. The country can open accounts and give people credit cards to use it so that money can be left for investment in our people. But you take one person, you're getting $600 per day. But you're not sleeping in a hotel, go to that friend place, to see their friend place, to put the money in a pocket and go back. We've called consistently say that wrong thing. But as anybody in the rescue team now, so let's adopt a policy where government will issue credit cards to people. And you go and spend based on what you spend our government pay. You tell you, man, I think we're not here for it. But the people who can come beg for money, the World Bank and all the development organizations who can come beg for money, that is the policy they use for their employees to ensure the effective use of resources. But when it comes to us, we don't want to do it. On code of conduct is wrong. We said it yesterday. We say it today. President Boakai, you said it was part of a legislative agenda to achieve adherence to the code of conduct. We celebrated you. We said it was a good thing to do. You who did that, now even missed 6 months, you appoint your party chairman without asking him to resign as party chairman, violating the code of conduct that you promised to uphold. That could be a mistake, but when you correct that mistake, then people know it's a mistake. When you refuse to correct it, then it shows it's intentional. Then some of us feel bad. And the people who elected you feel that it is business as usual. So we're calling on the president to see reason to tell his people who hold in political offices at the same time in government to leave the political offices and pay attention to the government. Because it is a part of a big thing, and I will learn on this in 30 seconds. Because government doesn't set performance indicators for these public officials, that's the reason why the way they show they are performing in their roles is to be into political activities. Be in the face of the president. Then it show you working. But if you really have performance indicators that you are tied down to and it's being monitored, you're not spending your time on political campaign. You will spend your time thinking on how you can deliver on the results. So after 6 months, you can go and show your result to the president, or the president can see your result reflected in his people. But because no indicator, nobody tracking performance, the only way you show you're working is to be in the face of the president, is to be involved in the political activities. This is the time that the Ministry of State begin to put in place key performance indicators for these people, put in place a system to track it and ensure people's performance are monitored over time so they can sit and do their job. That is how I will conclude. Thank you, Central.
We want to say thanks to everyone. I think everybody made the very, very best point. I want to say thank you, Dr. Richardson, Andrew Mama.
I know
we want to say thank you, Hussein, UJ Fadika, Samuel Jackson. Thank you very much, Dr. Bople. As always, Asido, thank you. Fatima Bintu Salif, thank you. Mame, can't wait to see you this week, my brother. Gonna great. I want to say thank you very much. Again, many of you. And I want you, I said we're done. And I want you want to join Mame and myself. And I want you want to join Mame and myself. You can come and join Mame and myself. We'll be here this week.
And when I can't, all the food will eat, all the things. I'm not going to pay you. I will not use a credit card.
No, you can't. No. You can't use a credit card. He tried to fire you. I want to say, let me say this. So we got way back. No, we don't back. That's how you can bring the argument.
The reason why they don't want to be accusing you.
Good night, everybody. Dr. Bopler, thank you very much. But guys, let me just say this. Tomorrow we're going to have Minister Roland Giddens from the Public Work. He's our guest tomorrow. It's going to be powerful. Wednesday, we're going to have Councillor James Verdell on this show. Let me say this, folks. We are here. You see what we do here? We are about 20-something in our chat room. We go up and down to argue. We're going to keep our dirty clothes in the back. We're going to present ourselves as professionals. We promise you, we're working on it, it will work. Liberia deserves better. And we can hold this government accountable. But everybody will be part of the show. The good, the bad, the ugly. In position, no position. How you call it? What she said, Madam? What did Madam say? No position, in position, and what? You guys forgot?
In opposition.
Now, opposition. Thank you. So we're going to bring in everybody here because it's the best thing we got to do to make this show better. Let me give this quick announcement. So you guys think is listen. CNN boss Mark Thompson say network faces existential crisis, plan eventual switch away from cable TV. Some of you will not be watching CNN on TV. Some of you will not be watching CNN on TV because no money. It's rough at CNN.
Democrat.
As you can see, a rough at CNN. And now I want to encourage everybody. 2023 country report on human rights practices, Liberia. Uncle Sam, thank you for sharing this. It's up there. 2023. Please go read it. Every blasting that Joe Manuel did up to December 31st, 2023 is in this report. Good, bad, or ugly, you will find it. Okay? We want to encourage you. And I want to say, as you can see, as though he was on the campaign, he was campaigning. And he had his CDC when he was deputy minister, he was campaigning. It's all up there.
Let the Lord take his place. Dismiss me.
And I want to just go back real quick. Do not forget the 4th of May, which is my birthday. Don't forget. Our sister Mankan is inviting you to the park on the hot table to setting food. Uncle Sam said he will be here. There you go, Colonel Gray. Maybe you will sneak up and come too. It's just a one-way ticket. I know you would do it. Spring Festival. There you go. DJ Tom Sherman. He will be doing his thing. It's at the Black Hill Regional Park. As you can see, she's inviting everyone. It's not free. You will buy your food. You will buy your drink. But that's the place to be. The fufu soup, the dumba. You see, that's why people like the church rice and gravy. As you can see, Maka is a great lady. She served the Liberia community in Maryland, Washington, D.C., Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Virginia area. She said, please come and be part of the program May 4th. All right? So we want to say this to you, wherever you are. You can call her. You can make your reservation. She can send your food. You call her. She will send you more information today. The phone number is not there. I will ask her to put the phone number up. May 4th is my birthday, and she is inviting everybody to that program. All right. We want to say thank you, Auntie Mama. Thank you, Sam Jackson, Uncle. Thank you, Asedo, Baparu Mambe. Thank you, Conor Gray, as always. Fatima Bintu Salif. You have a wonderful evening. Thank God Gladys is not here tonight. Thank God for that. Auntie Mama will go down. That's you want to come on? Auntie Mama go down. But that's it. Auntie Mama, yeah, go. When I hear you, Auntie Mama, you know that you muted. Can you tell her to unmute you?
That you muted me.
No, it's not. No, I didn't do anything. I'm asking you for them to unmute you. How you doing today? We miss you. We have not seen you for a long time.
My foot was swelling up. I don't know why. Since I came from the States, they were hurting. So I just
please come back before it be something worse. I mean,
yeah, I'm coming back on the 3rd to see the doctor.
Yeah, come back. I'm begging you. The people say you're giving it too much a hard time. Don't be over there. Your foot is swollen and you stay there. A lot of people foot swollen, then you go, they gotta cut it. God forbid.
Oh no,
please
but I don't
come
have
back.
But
you can walk on it, right?
Yeah, I can walk on it, but
it stays swollen up.
My knee can be painful. I think they say arthritis.
Yeah, that old age. When you're getting old, those things happen.
Yeah, but I need a medication. I didn't bring any.
Oh, okay. But just stay under the sun. The sun will help you.
Oh no.
Hey, you got Koto? You got Koto? You got Koto? Temple of Heaven?
I will buy some.
Yeah, buy Temple of Heaven, buy Temple of Hoo-Ha, and buy Temple of Heaven, and just rub it there.
I've been taking painkiller, but it's just been painful.
No, just use the thing, buy Temple of Hoo-Ha. You know the thing in the small green part of the liquid? They call it Temple of Hoo-Ha. And you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know.
You don't know Temple of Heaven?
No, I know Temple of Heaven,
but go in the Jalo show and say, I want Temple of Hoo-Ha.
I don't like the scent. It smells bad.
That is the same we talk about doing when you're going to bed. Then you don't have to worry about it.
My whole room will smell like old 90-year-old woman.
You want your pin in your leg or you don't want it in the leg? Which one you want now?
I don't worry about the pin being gave me hell. I mean, when I swallow painkiller, then it goes away. Then when you look,
painkiller can help. You swallow till you're tired. And, go to the store and ask the Chadipo for Temple or Wuha in a small green battle. You know, a very strong. They will give it to you. Bakuto. Somebody say Bakuto. And rest yourself. Stop running beyond, you know, the different direction. Rest. Stay home and rest. The only time you counsel when you come in on the show.
Well, I gotta run after different things.
This time and season. This time, rest yourself. It will come to you. You got cell phone, you got computer, just sit down, it will come. You don't have to go after it. You know, the only time you leave the house when you come into the studio.
I will try that.
Is Nelson in there now?
Yes, yeah.
So Andrew Mama called me. We got to talk about the rubber business. We got new developments, okay? I won't get you started, but just call me.
Okay, I will call you.
Okay, Andrew Mama. Thank you very much. Nelson?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Thank you.
Folks, we want to say thank you very much for joining us. Tomorrow will be powerful. I can't wait for Roland Giddens. I can't wait for everything he going to say. Listen, a lot tomorrow. And we just want to say thank you, as always. Joanna Cooper, thank you. Loretta Golenka, thank you. Tita Brown, Fumba Mohammed Kane, thank you. Mimi Esther Tapi Mo. Oh, where you not come from, Mimi? It's been a long time. Mose Colley, thank you. Philip Bala, as always, my brother, thank you. Andrew Boakwa, thank you. Sean Wright, thank you. Black Diamond Dama, thank you too, Black Diamond. Mary Finda Newman, thank you. I said, Omalago, you come by. Terry Payne, thank you. Edwin Quato, thank you. Hexen Tamba, thank you. We want to say thanks to every one of you. I'm calling your name. I wish you well. Yes, indeed. I want to announce that I bereaved. I lost one of my oldest sister in Liberia, Miriam Witherspoon. One of my oldest sister in Liberia passed away 2 days ago. Wishing the family well. Again, I have to give this announcement on behalf of the Witherspoon family. I lost one of my oldest sister. We used to call her Titi. May her soul rest in peace in Liberia, and we wish the family well. Again, we keep strong. God there. To all of my brothers, my sister, we want to say God there. This is what we go through. So at the end of the show, we give the announcement. I see some people know already, and they're saying, "Oh, CEO have my sympathy." Yes, one of my oldest sister, we call her Titi. She passed away. My oldest sister. So the family is bereaved, but we remain strong, and God Himself is in control. To all my brothers, my sister, the nephew, nieces, cousin, family, my mother, and everyone else, we say stand strong. God is in control. Amen. All right, Asido, you're back. You're back. Amen. The show over. Don't get to nothing about. I gotta go to family meeting now. Don't say nothing about.
Where you go family meeting? You can have family meeting. I
just say I lost my sister. Then you say, "Why I call family meeting again?"
Oh, yeah. And the mama say that you don't want giving all 55 minutes to talk. I know that.
Where the 55 minutes came from? Where the 55 minutes came from?
You know the thing. We are detecting the show from our angle because we don't respond to people all day. But look at my sister Fatima came up. Everything she said was Asido. Nothing she said on something else different. And I will come now and don't even care for what she said and say something new.
But I think CDC used to do the same thing. And I said, listen, you cannot go after the people that are winning. Okay, just speak to the issue.
So I know. I wish my brother Mame could come back. I think to provide him a little bit of education. I know he's fan of talking. He can just talk, use voice. Yeah, you know that. Hey, go, can't hear it. But Mame, the Sierra Leone stuff you were talking about, the way you said it, that's not how it works. So the IMF team went to Sierra Leone primarily for a discussion on a previous facility that got ended sometime around November of 2023. So usually IMF will do that once a program ends. They will send team in the country to see the impact of the program on what happened, what were the successes, and how they can learn from them. So that was the main reason they wanted Freetown. So after that assessment, whatever, the Freetown team then initiated the issue of the new credit facility. Well, it didn't go anywhere. The team went back. Now, before the team went back, don't forget, those who came were not the final decision maker. The final decision maker will always be in Washington. So the Sierra Leone team that went at the IMF meeting decided to use that meeting now to engage the authorities at Washington. That's how they engaged the IMF team, and they went to an advanced level. When the team from Freetown went to Washington, they then agreed to make one more trip back to Sierra Leone. So that's how it is, my brother. I know you are, you fan of, just talking it. Yeah, let the ring come. Yeah, let it smoke go up. Yeah, that it can't. But no, you can. Sometimes you
Thank
just
you very
talk
much
up and
for making that correction. Thank you.
yeah. I
And
wish you were here
yeah.
to provide education too.
Yes, but my man, I gotta go. Again, as I said.
Yeah, no,
Yes,
me
indeed.
too.
Yes, indeed.
So,
My
tomorrow,
older sister,
we-
I said, let me give the announcement now because folks asked me. My older sister passed away 2 days ago. It was on Saturday. But we wish the family well. In Liberia, she passed away in Liberia. And we all moving together, and to be strong as a family. To all my remaining sisters, brothers, loved ones, we wish our children, they call Titi, Miriam Witherspoon, we wish the children well. We wish the entire family Godspeed, and we know God will take us through this one. So I want to say thank you for being concerned. Thank you very much for reaching out, and we say thank you. We'll see you again tomorrow. My brother Asido, have a good night, and I know we'll see you tomorrow by God's grace. Nelson, come on the show, Nelson, and take it away. Thank you, Mr. Kulai.
Yes, sir. And deepest sympathy to you again, CEO, and the rest of the family for the lost. Yeah. Well, folks, that's how we want to leave you tonight. Thanks to all of you for being here, for listening to us tonight. We say thanks to you. Thanks to our folks in Radio Land for watching the show, for listening to the program. Sorry. Thanks to all of you across Radio Land on the Spoon Network, Spoon FM, Fabric, Super, and Spoon FM. We appreciate you. Many thanks to our folks across the internet on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. Thanks to all of you for being here with us tonight. Let me say good evening to you, my own brother Benjamin Karanda. Yeah, Benjamin Karanda, thanks. I see you here. Sharon Kipper, Mel. Yes, all of you, man. Thanks for always being here. We appreciate the fact that you're a part of this journey. Of course, a Spoon is where you get authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. Now, I want to say thanks. They will come your way again. Have a good night. My name is Nelson Colette. Coming up will be the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. Until then, bye-bye for now.
Go Kujileo.
Tudo spoon to get your information.
Well,
Tudo spoon to be
yes, I trust. Batileo. Wese kuwa kujileo. Kuwa kujileo.
Tudo spoon to get
Yes, I
your
trust.
information.
Well,
Tudo spoon to be
yes, I trust. Batileo. Wese kuwa kujileo. Kuwa kujileo.
Tudo spoon to get
Yes, I
your
trust.
information.
Well,
Tudo spoon to be
yes, I trust. Batileo. Wese kuwa kujileo. Kuwa kujileo.
Tudo spoon to get
Yes, I
your
trust.
information.
Well,
Tudo spoon to be
yes, I trust. Batileo. Wese kuwa kujileo. Kuwa kujileo.